Да, нормально. Dear First Insurance Forum Almaty participant, welcome and thank you for your participation. To open our forum, I would like to invite Hajiva Maria Jamalna for a welcome speech and make a presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, dear participants of the forum. Good morning, dear colleagues. Allow me to welcome you to the forum dedicated to the 20th anniversary of the IPGF. First of all, I would like to congratulate the fund and its shareholders on this wonderful day. The fund has already come of age and has taken place as one of the basic infrastructure elements of the insurance market. At the same time, forum it is still young and has a lot to do. And today we have a unique opportunity to discuss with everyone here the latest practices of guarantee schemes in the field of insurance. I'd like to wish productive work to all the guests of the forum and also express my gratitude for taking your time to share this significant event with us. Over these 20 years, the fund has come a long way. The fund established by the National Bank in August 2003, and it's currently the only organization in the territory of Kazakhstan that guarantees insurance payments to policyholders in the event of forced liquidation of an insurance organization. Guarantees are provided both in the general insurance industry and in the life insurance industry. And we believe, since October 2008, the shareholders of the fund are all county organizations, and it allows to introduce the best practices in the fund and create a solid system in the territory of Kazakhstan. Since October 2008, the shareholders of the fund are all country organizations, and the fund has become not only a central element for the protection of policyholders, but it also proven as an effective self-regulation tool in the insurance market. Over the 20 years, the fund has formed guarantee reserves totaling about 13 billion tenge. Guarantee payments were made to the population for 6 forced liquidated insurance organizations in the amount of over 1.13 billion tenge. To date, all guarantee payments by the fund have been made, obligations to creditors have been repaid, liquidation processes have been completed. And we don't have any organizations that are in the process of liquidation. Also, apart from organizations which are in forced liquidation, the fund pays to the victims of the road accidents where the guilty party left the scene and it was difficult to spot them. The fund has paid to 166 victims of those accidents, totaling 360 million tenge. We believe that the fact that the financing of the guaranteeing payments is made without the direct participation of the government talks about the maturity, not about of the fund, but about the maturity of our insurance market. Fund is the example of how the market and the government can make their own decisions to decrease the systemic risks. Last year, a big pack of laws were passed for the activities of the fund itself. The systems of guarantee increased from 5 to 10 types of guarantee. Today, all 8 classes are covered, and significantly classes, it's 2. It provides the guarantee payments to the wide range of guarantee services. Secondly, the mechanisms of a complete and continuous system has been created. In case of liquidation of insurance company, now consumers will be able to continue receiving payments even after the termination of the license without waiting for a court decision to liquidate it. Previously, payments were suspended for this period. The new mechanism provides transfer of the insurance portfolio from the liquidated insurance company to the new insurer at the expense of the guarantee reserves. Third, it's the expanded powers of the fund in the liquidation process. Now, the participation of the fund's representatives in the temporary administrations of the insurance organizations will be being forcibly liquidated is mandatory. The fund provides control over the fulfillment of obligations to the policyholders to receive guarantee payments and transfer of the insurance portfolio to a new insurer. The new rules have been adopted for assessing the financial assets of the fund and the functioning of the risk management and internal control system, calculating the rates of mandatory contributions to the fund for guaranteed types of compulsory insurance, carrying out investment activities of the fund, determining the procedure for charging a commission rewards. Fifth, we need to notice that the foundation has finally achieved the status of financial organization, and its activity has been brought to a qualitatively new level. To ensure effective coordination of the activities of its participants and preparation of recommendation to the board of directors on the most important issues, the advisory committee was created from the representative of insurance companies. The measures taken made it possible to optimize and speed up the process of receiving insurance payments and increase the confidence of our citizens. I think it's important to know the introduction of mandate in the fund, which has received special powers in the system. The fund will monitor and assess the risk of default of participants. As part of this mandate system, it will allow to promptly respond to changes in the financial performance of the insurance companies. Together with the agency, the fund has developed a methodology for assessing the risk of insufficient guarantee reserves. Since July 2023, the fund, in accordance with the recommendation of the International Monetary Fund, began to conduct stress testing of financial indicators. All these initiatives, they meet the global trends and schemes of guarantees, which the main purpose of which is to create an effective system for early detection of the risk of default of the insurer and reasonable management of funds. And as a regulator, I would like to direct attention of the market to the numbers that we see in the insurance market. I'd like to say that in the geopolitical unstable situation and very difficult macroeconomic situation, the insurance market has very solid numbers. The assets for the past years have increased 2.5 times, achieved 2.4 trillion tenge. The main driver of the sector is the voluntary insurance, including the life insurance. The volume of insurance premiums over the past 5 years has increased more than 2 times and is 577 billion tenge. The amount of contracts increased and reached 3.9, 86% of which is for the physical entities. The payouts increased 2.5 times and is 141 billion tenge. As of today, the insurance market provides whole spectrum of services for mandatory and for voluntary insurance. We are glad that the fund is part of the important infrastructure for the protection of the rights of the policyholders. Except for the fund, it includes actuary institutions and other organizations of Kazakhstan and the unified centralized database. Since January Since January, we have updated the processes of the Ombudsman. He will act as a full-fledged institute of mandatory pretrial settlement of disputes. It will be a mandatory step to turn to this ombudsman before submitting a claim to the court. The statistics of the complaints received by the Ombudsman's office are important for the fund in terms of the formation of the scoring models, assessment of the risk profile of insurers, and their ability to meet their obligation to customers. Since July 1st of this year, the fund has become a full-fledged recipient of insurance statistics from the centralized insurance database. This allows the fund to evaluate the insurance portfolio of the participants of the guarantee systems in terms of obligations. The assessment and construction of the insurer's risk profile model should be approved by the actuary organizations of Kazakhstan. It is necessary to raise the status of the Society of Actuaries of Kazakhstan by its active involvement in the strategic issues of both the fund and the insurance market. We believe that its role today has not been raised to the sufficient level. The created infrastructure is the foundation for further development of the self-regulation of the market and improving the system of state regulation based on the principles of behavior and risk-based supervision. We have said many times that the main system of the state regulation is the behavior and risk-oriented supervision. In general, the priorities in increasing public confidence in insurance are defined by the concept of development of the financial sector of Kazakhstan until 2030. Providing the population with available and customer-related insurance products, increasing transparency of insurance services, increasing the stability of insurance organizations are designated as the main tasks of the insurance market. Concept defines development of the financial sector of Kazakhstan until 2019. This will allow to apply a flexible pricing system based on the actuarial calculations and determine insurance conditions depending on the degree of risks of the insured object and the actual loss of the product. The maximum coverage of the imputed types of insurance will protect the population from the low-quality service and property losses. Among the future projects which will be implemented in the near future, we can single out the imputed insurance of professional liability of medical workers and liability insurance of owners of facilities with massive crowd of people. The growth of the insurance industry is promoted by the increasing availability of insurance service due to active digitalization. In recent years, the significant progress has been made in the digitalization of the insurance industry and the introduction of the new insurance technologies. The main insurance services are currently provided remotely. Development of a full cycle of online insurance in Kazakhstan will not only increase the availability of insurance in all regions, but will also help make insurance more transparent. For the convenience of citizens, the measures are being taken from 2014 to simplify the settlement process. This will allow to ease and simplify the traffic in settlement processes. And for all the obligations, since 2024, we plan to introduce online settling of claims of cases, and consumers will have the opportunity to be able to get the full amount of services online for mandatory insurance, starting from the entering an agreement to submitting the claim. As of today, we have the service for collecting data as part of the Kazakhstan Credit Company. And as part of this, we have the centralized database for all mandatory and voluntary classes of insurance, which allows to build full statistics for the insurance industry. And based on this reliant information, the insurance organization can make adequate price formation for their insurance products and build scoring models. Also, we plan to introduce components of Solvency II, switch to regulatory and tax reporting for MSFO 17. This year, we had another big event in the market of insurance market of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan has joined the multilateral memorandum on cooperation and exchange of information of the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. It's a very significant event for the insurance market, which allows to exchange information and take the best world practices. Once again, in conclusion, I'd like to thank the fund for holding this forum, and like to thank the shareholders of the forum for the past effective years. We hope that the organization of these forums will become a good tradition and will allow us not only to strengthen the international experience, but will create a new direction of the Kazakh insurance market. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very productive work. I hope that today's session will be very interesting.
Maria Jamalna, thank you for welcoming our participant and opening our forum. Dear participants, let me pass the next opportunity for Tutushkin Vitaly to make a welcome speech. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum, first of all, let me welcome all of you here today and wish you a great, fruitful work and looking for new ideas. Also, I'd like to thank the organizers of the forum for the opportunity to be here and present in front of you. And thirdly, I'd like to congratulate the forum with their jubilee. During their working time, they have recommended themselves as a very well and trusted fund and protecting the interests of insured ones. The National Bank has been one of the founders of the forum. In 2018, there was a sale of the shares, and it has been an important step for the fund's status increase and also step-by-step development. As you all know, from November 1st, all of the functions in regulating of the financial market and insurance market have been passed from the National Bank to the agency. Nevertheless, the bank has continues to work as for the statistical and analytical purposes. It has continued its work. The National Bank and the agency have excluded the double basement of the data, the repeating of the data. That lets both governments, both bodies work well and keep the depth of the analytical and improves their interaction. The bank forms and regulates the statistics of the insurance market and uses all this data to create the picture of the statistical and market and economics. The insurance market we are now working on the data for the data not to double, so that in the future we will reduce the number of the reports that are being submitted to the National Bank. Also, a second state body bureau integrates with the government data basis, and that lets us receive a great deal of information, including information about the people's, whatever people own, personal data, also information about road accidents and any other information for the checkup of the client. Also, it is on high alert for the organization in terms of the insurance contracts with the people who do. I won't go into detail with all of the information, so you all are aware of all of this even without me telling you. So in general, I do have a deep belief that people, all of the events that are being done by the regulators and other third-party organizations, they improve the quality of and give a great impulse to increase the role of the fund for the economics of the Kazakhstan's country. I am the representative for the social bank, and the least of my roles as a regulator, so I'd like to highlight an important aspect which is important for the citizens of our country. It's, as you know, what the National Bank does is it keeps the stability of the country. So what the goal, the objective of the bank is to ensure a step-by-step development of the economics and the high level of inflation that we've been facing in the past 2 years. So not just only for Kazakhstan, but it has been happening all over the world. It kind of reduces our income. So as a result, the high inflation makes people think about more of like meeting their current needs rather than planning, long-term planning. So it has banking services have been the ones that have faced this quite recently in terms of the credit. Maybe we have some issues regarding the pricing of insurance services. So high inflation affects this quite a lot. So high inflation either brings for the increase of the services for a client, or either the insurance company's income is shortened, which doesn't let them provide quality good services. Obviously, this is not as real as I am kind of explaining it here, but still it is taking place. So therefore, the National Bank tries to reduce the inflation that takes about 13% a year to make it up until an acceptable level. So what we are trying to do is to sustain the inflation within the 5%. So the level of 5% inflation is the level that will allow more kind of people think about the inflation, but to consider and take it into consideration when planning long-term goals and prospective thinking. So as a national bank, we are very well aware that keeping the inflation afloat is not one of our highest goals, but we do need a complex kind of decision here. So as to our evaluation, I will repeat that once again. In terms of keeping the market, it will be possible until the end of 2025. So as the reason why we all are here, so that this forum is dedicated to discussing a number of problems of the insurance market, ensuring new interaction models, new services. The market has been dynamically developing and moving on to the distance and mobile online operation. So the fact that it's now very accessible is now a new standard. So this is like an issue that we need to work on. We need to be able to quickly adapt to a quickly changing environment. So implementing all of the results that we have here is to be beneficial to all of the participants of today's forum. The forum that we're holding today is an important part. So I'd like to express how sure I am that it's going to be now a constant event. As for the participants and other participants of the market, I wish you a fruitful work and have a great day ahead, and thank you for your attention.
We are grateful for your speech, Vitaly.
Благодарим вас, Виталий,
Dear
за вашу речь.
participants,
Дорогие
please allow me
участники,
to give the
пожалуйста,
next
позвольте
opportunity
мне
to address Manuela Swaimila,
пригласить
Head
Мануэлу
of Implementation
Сваймвиллу,
and International Association of
главу
Insurance Supervisors.
Международной ассоциации страховых супервизоров, госпожу Мануэла Сваймвиллер.
Manuela, you could start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That's very nice. So you can hear me?
Слышно ли меня?
Okay.
Хорошо, отлично.
Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Insurance Payments Guarantee
Совет
Fund,
директоров Международного
members of the board, senior management and
IRDFM,
representatives of the Agency of the Republic of
руководство агентства,
Kazakhstan for
участники
regulation and development
и
of financial
регуляции
markets,
в финансовых маркетах, все
chairpersons,
участники,
directors and
руководители,
representatives
директора,
of
а
other
также
foreign
представители
guarantees
других
funds,
международных
regulators
фондов
and
и
supervisors
регуляторов
of the
и
region global.
супервайзеров.
Dear participants of
Дорогие
the first
участники
insurance
сегодняшнего
forum in
первого
Almaty, good morning to
страхового форума в
everyone.
Алмате. Доброе утро всем из города Базель и
It's a
Швейцарии,
great pleasure
из
for
Европы.
IIS to be invited
Это
to the
огромная
first
честь
insurance
для
forum in
международного
Almaty,
АИС
taking place
быть
in honor of the
участником
20th
международного
anniversary
первого
of the Insurance Payments
форума,
Guarantee Fund in the Republic
форума,
of
который посвящен
Kazakhstan.
20-летию Международного
The title
фонда.
of my welcome speech is Insurance Regulation
Тема, которую я сегодня буду обсуждать, это прогнозирование устойчивости в неопределенные времена. Я буду говорить о вкладе международных фондов в стабильность и экономические какие-то процессы. И вы это уже слышали в первых презентациях. Роль супервизоров – это вносить свой вклад в устойчивость во время каких-то катастроф, а также, помимо этого, работа IAS – это устойчивые режимы. Позвольте мне представить Международную ассоциацию супервизоров IAS. Мы международные компании, фонд, организация. Мы работаем для разработки а также поддержки материалов для супервизии страховых секторов. Мы добровольная, мы свободная организация, мы волонтерная организация супервайзеров. У нас есть более 200 юрисдикций, мы предоставляем форум для наших участников, чтобы они смогли делиться своим опытом, понимать страховой рынок. А также добавок IAS занимается прогнозированием и нахождением ключевых трендов и каких-то процессов разработки, которые будут влиять на этот рынок. В следующий год мы будем праздновать свое юбилей. Мы также хотим поздравить агентство Республики Казахстан по регулированию и развитию финансового рынка за то, что они стали участниками меморандума MOU. Участники проходят очень тщательный отбор, который производится независимой командой АИС инспекторов. Данное соглашение дает очень, а также возможность для международных кооперацией и обменом информацией между участниками IAS. Внеграничный обмен информацией, а также между рынками и дает возможность устанавливать стабильность на финансовых рынках. А также я бы хотел рассказать о том, как это поможет гармонизировать. Помните, да, что IAS — это международный глобальный стандарт по страховым, который играет ключевую роль в эффективной супервизии для того, чтобы была безопасная и надежная обстановка для рынка и глобальной стабильности. В ответ на то, как это происходит в мире, в 2008 году ключевые реформы были внесены в IAS для того, чтобы улучшить междустрановую три главных момента. Первое — это включение качественных разработок, которые в рамках. Эти рамки, они для того, чтобы... Очень вкратце они называются ComFrame. Это было предложено нашей ассамблее в 2019 году. В частности, мы занимаемся тем, что Международный фонд также для количественных стандартов. Мы в текущее время сейчас занимаемся тем, что мониторим какие-то PCR до конца следующего года. А также, помимо всего этого, в этой особой фреймворк, что мы делаем, мы пытаемся снизить риски. То есть ComFrame — это устанавливает минимальные супервизийные для того, чтобы была эффективная групповая супервизия всех этих международных активов в группах. Мы так называем IAIG. ComFrame помогает супервизорам вносить эти риски, узнавать эти риски, находить и координировать активность очень эффективно и своевременно среди этих групп и других вовлеченных супервизоров, то есть гостевых супервизоров. ComFrame позволяет нам подготавливать IHD среди всех юрисдикций, а также она дает возможность приготавливать минимальный групповой стандарт для международных стандартных групп, которые дают возможность глобально сравнимым капиталом МФС. В своей основе ISA дает возможность для внеграничного диалога, а также в самой основе мы представляем сектор трех интегративных измерений, то есть для макро. То есть в этом ComFrame мы как бы переносим из микросупервизии индивидуальных каких-то страховок в макроуровень, макросупервизию, которая также дает возможность и включает финансовую стабильность. Во-вторых, наша международная глобальный мониторинг и наша деятельность глобальная. То есть мы вносим большой вклад в развитие, а также даем возможность вносить все эти новые технологии, то есть глобальная устойчивость в неопределенных временах, мы даем возможность развивать это в международные систематические. Глобальное мониторинговое упражнение дает возможность развивать тренды и развитие, а также обнаруживать какие-то риски в глобальном рынке страхования. В рамках GME, глобальное мониторинговое упражнение, мы занимаемся тем, мы очень гибкие и хрупкие, то есть это дает вам возможность обнаруживать риски. А также я уже говорила об имплементации, которая является самой важной частью. Это дает возможность мне сейчас рассказать вам о следующем. Позвольте мне упомянуть, что текущий глобальный экономический прогноз, он достаточно сложный, то есть вы об этом уже знаете из первых презентаций, которые были этим утром. Глобальный рост инфляции дает нам возможность мониторить в глобальных экономиках. В 2023 году начало нашего года позволило нам понять, что мы живем в мультикризисном мире. Мир, в котором, где не только где есть разные какие-то возможные кризисы и возможности рисков, то есть учитывая международный вклад, следуя пандемии, после пандемии, где мы понимаем, что в результате мы смотрим, есть какие-то разные давления на этот рынок, как скорость переделки интерест-рейтов, они очень сильно на нас влияют. И как супервизоры мы в курсе, мы знаем, что страховка имеет очень важную роль, которую играет в мультикризисном мире и дает очень большую роль для обеспечения защиты и безопасности. Учитывая все эти условия, мы продолжаем глобальную координацию по супервизии страховки. И это стало такой общим языком. Мы нашли общий язык. Мы сейчас двигаемся к тому, чтобы вносить свои финальные шаги для того, чтобы устанавливать свои стандарты по ICS. Также у нас есть роль, в которой мы играем управление глобальными маркетами. В данной перспективе мы используем глобальные мониторинговые упражнения GMI для того, чтобы узнать риски в рынке страхования и использовать как базу, как основу для наших ответных реакций. Роль по этому главному, включая внутреннюю взаимосвязь этого всего с банковским сектором, мы сейчас на макроуровне, мы сейчас видим, что рынок страхования достаточно связан с другими юрисдикциями, но однако по всему, несмотря на все это, некоторые юрисдикции, они достигают какого-то определенного уровня, а в других юрисдикциях, как там эта цифра, она меняется в финансовом секторе. Это будет иметь отношение по условиям долгов. То есть, несмотря на все это, у нас есть какие-то исключения по страховым. То есть предварительные какие-то выводы, которые мы сделали по всему этому в результате, это базовые принципы какие-то по менеджменту риска. Важность рынка страхования для построения устойчивости экономики в разрезе общества, она неоспорима. А также вклад рынка страхования, это также очень важно для рынка страхования.
Перед лицом стихийных бедствий, таких как, например, потопы и так далее, другие стихийные бедствия, которые происходили в последнее время. Например, наводнения в Германии, то, что в Греции происходит, в Китае. Пару недель назад происходило наводнение, тайфуны. В конце августа в Австралии, Калифорнии пожары. Постоянно суровые условия погодные бушуют по всему миру. Мы это видели в Европе в этом году. Поэтому комитет АЭС, организация привержена решению этих проблем. И есть определенные пробелы в защите перед лицом стихийных бедствий. Только 30% людей застрахованы, 30% жертв застрахованы, то остальное это уже потери. И остальные просто защищены правительством. ОСИ, ассоциация, работает по защите и по закрытию вот этих пробелов и по реагированию на эти риски. Большинство этих проблем должны быть решены через государственное частное предприятие. Мы пришли к моменту, когда ни правительство, ни страховая индустрия может решить и реагировать на проблемы катастрофы в одиночку. Как наблюдатели мы должны понять четко роль и какую роль мы играем в этом. И ежегодной конференции в Токио мы будем предоставлять отчет, который анализирует различные типы инициатив, предпринятых наблюдателями, и выберем ключевые элементы реагирования и будем рассматривать действия, которые могут быть предприняты в этой зоне. Будут приводиться примеры, конкретные кейсы и инсайты, собранные за это время со стороны страховых организаций OECD и других ключевых лиц, которые отвечают последним практикам. Понимая вот эти пробелы, очень важно со стороны наблюдателей, со стороны АЭС взять эти возможности и получить экспертность, и закрыть эти пробелы, и установить правильное финансирование и страхование в отношении вот стихийных случаев. Риски, связанные с климатом, они очень важны. И здесь они фокусируются на том, как отражать аспект климата в АЭС и как поддерживать материал, стандарты, образовательные материалы и как выстроить потенциал именно в этом направлении. Мы начали с анализа пробелов в наших политиках, страховых политиках, и мы рассматриваем небольшие обновления и корректировки по принципам и развиваем дальнейшие материалы, чтобы сделать эти материалы более всеобъемлющими, чтобы мы правильно отвечали на риски в операциях, в операционном секторе. И, конечно, менеджмент управления здесь играет большую роль, также по смягчению рисков в работе с естественно, стихийными бедствиями. Первый консультационный документ был выпущен в марте. Он предлагает изменения по введению по политикам. И также он работает по материалам, по наблюдению в государстве, по управлению, по внутреннему контролю. Во-вторых, мы проделали большую работу по климатическим сценариям, и мы проводили сессии внутренние, внешние, то есть agile сессии, на которых мы говорили про выстроение потенциала, и мы собирали документы и материалы с нашими членами-участниками. И мы продолжим развивать и делиться практическими навыками. Также мы установили тренинг по финансовой стабильности, по институтам финансовой стабильности, и пытались создать базу. И также участников АМС есть доступ к этой базе данных, можно запросить ссылку. И последнее, не менее важно, собирать данные очень важно. Мы несколько дней начали собирать данные в нашем упражнении по ежегодному мониторингу. Мы пытаемся заниматься управлением рисками и пытаемся извлечь дополнительные индикаторы по климату. Последнее и не менее важно, мы работаем по климатическим проблемам после того, как мы установили стандарты международной устойчивости. И я хотел бы сказать про форум, который АЭС установил несколько лет назад, и что является очень актуальным для новых рынков, для развивающихся экономик. Это инклюзивный форум, и это форум по внедрению. Он поддерживает изменения через различные платформы, которые мы установили, и это позволяет наблюдателям, например, делиться актуальной информацией. И это всегда считается полезным и важным, особенно в высоких кругах. Такой инклюзивный форум работает по актуальным трендам и по инклюзивности в страховании. Не только мы работаем по проблемам финансирования, по стихийным бедствиям, по пенсионным фондам. Я знаю, что у вас цифровизация. Я знаю, что у вас идет цифровизация уже полным ходом. И И очень важно учитывать клиентов, которые работают в цифровом мире. Мы обновляем наши приложения, переходим на цифровой формат, отходим от бумажных форматов. И мы здесь отражаем изменения в регулятивном поле. Вышла недавно публикация, и мы уже 10 лет работаем по этому документу, мы обновляем его. Также там включены киберриски, климатические изменения, инклюзивность. Также мы добавляем практические примеры по развитию внедрения цифровизации. Последнее и не менее важно, также совместно с другими организациями мы работаем по инициативам и продолжаем защищать права уязвимых слоев населения и работать с законотворцами. Этот форум поддерживает наших членов в переходе к режиму, ориентированному на риски. Мы продолжаем важные встречи, продолжаем обмениваться мнениями, обсуждать темы, которые связаны с этими темами. Мы пытаемся понять, почему нужно произвести перемены, что является ключевым элементом рискового подхода, с кем нужно вовлекаться, как нужно работать, проблемы по внедрению и, конечно, очень много проблем по внедрению, по реализации этих программ. Как преодолеть эти проблемы? Форум подготавливает материалы и вместе с помощью Международного фонда по мониторингу. И мы также включили в эти документы case studies, то есть конкретные случаи, конкретные примеры. И они будут очень актуальными, потому что они отражают различные стадии перехода, и они показывают вот это путешествие, вот этот путь перехода, который был проделан. И, подходя к концу, я надеюсь, что я в моей вводной статье могла показать, как наша организация поддерживает членов и как мы можем создавать потенциал в этих непростых временах, и как мы можем гармонизировать все материалы. Помните, что АЭС — это глобальная организация по стандартам, которая намерена поддерживать регулирование и наблюдение на мировом уровне. На этом я хотел бы закончить свою речь и поддержать вам и пожелать вам очень продуктивную сессию в Алмате. Благодарю организаторов и председателя фонда за предоставление этой возможности выступить с речью. Я, к сожалению, не смогла приехать в Алматы. Надеюсь, что в следующий раз обязательно буду. Спасибо большое. Передаю слово вам. Спасибо, Мануэла, за ваш информативный отчет. Dear guests, we have the headphones that you can pick up at the end of our room. Также у нас есть панельная дискуссия по регулированию страхового рынка. Модератор Родольфо Верхам. Приглашаю вас на ваши места по модерированию. Члены, участники этой круглой сессии: Амирбаева Василь, Амирбаева Ерлан, Жамбал Ганбатар, Линжба Майкл.
Hello? Yeah, good morning. always a pleasure to be in Almaty.
Да,
I've been here for the
приятно быть
last,
в
I don't
Алмате.
know, 10 or longer years.
Я уже не был 10 лет тут.
And I'm happy to have
И
this
очень
exclusive panel
рад провести
to
эту
talk
панель.
about something very
Мы
important,
поговорим о
which
чем-то
is
очень важном, о
what is
регулировании
insurance selling.
страхового рынка, о том, что же продает
Insurance
страховка, что она
actually
продает.
sells a promise.
Страховка продает обещание,
And a promise that can last as
Обещание,
long as 30 years.
которое может длиться до 30 лет.
Imagine if you buy some
Представьте, если вы
equipment,
покупаете
something
какое-нибудь
that
там
is supposed to
оборудование,
last
которое
30 years.
предполагает, что оно
And
будет
in this
работать
case,
30
you
лет.
cannot touch
И
insurance, just
в данном
a promise.
случае, то есть это
That's
не
why
просто
the
обещание.
topic of this
Поэтому
panel
тема
is to
этой
understand
панели — это понять, какой продукт
are allowed to be sold, what type of
мы продаем,
promises are
какое
allowed to be
обещание мы можем сделать.
And for that we have
И
the regulator,
для этого
as
у нас
I
есть
said.
регуляторы, как осель, например.
We have the
У
counterpart,
нас есть
which is representing
коллеги,
the
представители
players, the
игр-
insurance companies,
рынка,
Ireland.
страховых компаний,
We
Ерланд.
have the World Bank
У нас есть
always
Всемирный
provides
банк,
support
который предоставляет
to
поддержку
make
нам,
sure that both sides are well taken care
чтобы
of.
обе
Finally, we
стороны
have
были
Michael.
довольны. И также у нас есть Майкл, который будет говорить о другом.
On insurance.
И мы будем говорить
So
о
the
роли
first question to
фонда
the panel
гарантированных
that I have,
страховых выплат.
I'm gonna ask
И
Asel
я
to
хотел бы
answer
попросить
this question,
Асель ответить
which
на
is,
вот этот вопрос.
Share with us
Поделитесь с
what type
нами,
of products
какие типы
are allowed to
продуктов
enter your market.
могут зайти на ваш рынок,
Thank you,
каким
Asel.
продуктам позволительно выходить на ваш рынок.
Меня слышно? Спасибо.
Yes, yes, can you hear me? Okay. So first of all, I would like to welcome everybody to this first insurance forum,
И поблагодарить
and
организаторов,
I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum
гостей наших, что
and the
нашло
guests
время
for
и
taking your time to come
делитесь с нами
here.
своим опытом.
Thank you for sharing your
Поблагодарить
priceless
Рудольфа,
experience. I'd
который
like to
пригласил
thank
всех
Rudolph
соучастников
for
моей
inviting
сессии.
me as a participant of this
Очень интересный
session.
вопрос.
Very interesting
Не знаю, с чего
question. I
начать,
don't,
но могу так сказать. Ровно 15, примерно 15
15
лет
years
назад,
ago,
ориентировочно в 15,
approximately in
2006-2007
the
году
2006-2007, the
принял
regulator took this policy. We went away from
добровольных видов страхования.
voluntary insurance.
Если вы все
So,
помните, исторически у
if
нас,
you remember historically, 2003, we worked out a range of compulsory, mandatory insurance, and all the voluntary insurance until 2010 were approved by the relevant authorities. So all types, all points of contracts, everything, and all tariffs, price formation of these products, it was approved by the relevant authorities. In 2007, we lost that, we left that. We went from voluntary insurance, we went to a approach of estimating of the product based on its profitability, based on its rentability. We used certain coefficient of profit. We created a system of control, of management for these coefficients, and we can say that for the past 15, 16 years, the market, it's free, it's liberal, and we have liberal conditions, so whatever company comes up with, it can sell. The most important thing is that all the conditions, all the obligations need to be met for the protection of consumers. There are certain conditions for the protection of consumers, but that's the approach that we took. And we must say that this approach, as the life shows, it has advantages, it has drawbacks. So in mandatory insurance, this constant control of the regulator, it led to to having these strict laws. They're not flexible. And we're trying to change this trend right now. We're trying to switch to agile, to more flexible tariffs. So that's a small minus we're trying to fix. Then another minus is that maybe it's a strict intervention, I will use this word, in some types of mandatory insurance, which have been rocking the market for the past, the consumers, the clients. So one of the types is compulsory, mandatory. For example, insurance for the employees from accidents. Maybe the goals, objectives are right, but the way it's executed, it's not correct. So I think for the players, for the market, for the participants of the market, it's not right. And retirement, pension, annuities, three voluntary products that are strictly regulated by the regulator. Pension, annuity, link, and the accumulated educational, where we try to strictly regulate the rules of the game, because it's the social insurance. It's subsidized by the government. So here, in the pension annuities, we had such a big reform, such a big pension reform, and it affected the product. So the minuses, yes, we have in that regulation, but with that we need to say that there are also certain positives, that the voluntary insurance has its pluses. When companies became more creative and we see the growth of voluntary insurance, it's really prevailing. The growth was very dynamic, and after the initiatives were introduced, the voluntary insurance numbers are increasing, and it's good. So from that perspective, yeah, there is different experience of different countries where regulator is controlling the processes, but in some countries like us, where we're changing this, and there is a certain minus, because as part of this supervision, we are learning and discovering some risks. The number of complaints is increasing sometimes, and some contracts, for example, regarding the conditions that lead to non-fulfillment of obligations. So I think it explained by the fact that there is a small problem of this market, is that some certain insurance companies are not prepared to take some risks. So that's why they have so many exceptions. I wouldn't say that it's big scale, it's everywhere, but still this tendency exists. And I think it explained that, and we need to accept it, that we don't have the big analytics on the risks with the probabilities, with the likabilities. We don't have the statistics, the full statistics on these risks, the expanded. And that the company has its own statistics, it's one thing, but if they use the statistics of its policyholders, it's another thing, but there needs to be certain definite statistics for the whole of Kazakhstan. So I think this fear, that the fear of taking certain uncertain risk, I think it's bad.
Therefore, I'm not sure how to conclude this. Maybe the speakers will add their comments, but the point is that the regulator sees the new products, especially Manuela has mentioned about the catastrophic risks, about cyber risks. We are now at the stage from 2008 into implementing different types of insurance. It's one of the compulsory insurances, which corrects the risks of our very strict tariffs. So that kind of lets us set an agile and flexible tariff. So these kind of projects, they should be there. We are carrying out a lot of work, and we will even have one of the latest sessions today on that topic about different types of insurance. We will talk about that in detail later. So I'd like to, therefore, from this perspective of the new products, the market is relatively available, free and accessible. Thank you. Спасибо, Асель. Спасибо, Асель. Вы говорили о исключениях. Это то же самое, что сказать, я буду любить тебя, если ты будешь хорошо себя вести. Это вот точно такая же, да? До того, как передать слово Ерлану, я уверен, что у него будут какие-то комментарии на эту тему. Я забыла представить Мануэлу, которая только что презентовала. Она будет участником панели, она также даст международный какой-то свой взгляд на данную тему. Ерлан, до того, сейчас даю слово вам. Вы чувствуете ли, что приватный сектор и участники, игроки рынка, они удовлетворены тем, как продукты сейчас регулируются, и тем, как о том, сколько времени занимает для того, чтобы внедрить продукт на рынок? Нужно ли вам какие-то много эксклюзий? Вот эти вопросы сейчас у меня. Пожалуйста, слово ваше, господин Ерлан. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'd like to welcome all of you and congratulate each one of you with the jubilee of the fund. First of all, thank you. You do have quite challenging and important questions that are related into the company's activity. The projects that the companies are ready to offer obviously depend on the demand. Obviously, if we do divide into legal and individual and companies, it all depends on the demands of the market. So in this particular case, I'd like to remember the situation that when the pandemic has just started is when the companies have reacted and have responded, offering some sort of products that cover a temporary inactivity of work. So obviously this is kind of a modernized version of the currently existing products, but they're not being adapted. They are adapted, but only encountering the current economic and social situation, and with their own risks, sometimes relatively quick calculations they have identified quite very carefully, and they have also faced some certain negative factors. Yes, obviously the sales haven't been crazy, obviously, but they were relatively good. So the market is being tested. The market is testing. So the changes in the legislation of the country, it has been acquired that you can do a regulative area, but it has been relatively, because here what matters is the question about the the customer's response to the products that they have been offered. So the factor that plays a huge role is this caution, the risks of possible claims because of the absence of the customer's understanding of the product. Because clearly it's a joint work. Obviously, when we offer a product that has been, let's say, the clients are not really happy or not really aware of the product, about the product's existence, obviously they will face a certain misunderstanding, claims, and the reaction that they have, and that will cause to a reaction on the side of regulators. So the mechanism of working out this regulatory framework that has been accepted, but it needs to kind of be worked out even better. So in the future, when developing new products, my colleagues will be, so that they can be more brave, because the level of cautiousness that they do have now is relatively affecting, obviously, other factors that are taking place in the world. For example, the earthquakes, or for example, what we've had here in the country, in Kazakhstan, it's fires in the northern regions. Nevertheless, they do raise this issue, this question in the minds of the clients. And my colleagues have discussed this moment. Obviously, the question, the issue, the point is, how can we grasp the market to what extent. On here, it's about the assistance and help of the government in marketing and promoting these kind of products. And not just insurance companies should be making profit on this, but this is where the government reduces its own risk capacity and responsibility in case of occurrence of these kind of events. So it's an integral interest of both country and the insurance companies, and we should understand that there will be some capacity of work. So the movement and promotion of financial awareness of the country, the financial culture awareness amongst people, is very important. This is what exactly what we need for the country government to reduce the certain let's say burden on the budget and responsibility. But it's quite tricky at the moment. So yes, this is my response to you. I hope I could clearly answer your question.
Thank you. That was
Спасибо, Ерлан. Это было потрясающе. Да, вы кое-что очень важное упомянули. Когда вы покупаете машину, вы знаете, что ожидать от этой машины, правильно? Когда вы покупаете пылесос, вы также знаете, что он должен делать. Но когда вы приобретаете страховку, иногда вы не знаете, вы не имеете представления, что конкретно вы покупаете. И сейчас я попрошу Майкла поделиться с нами о том, что было сделано для того, чтобы увеличить понимание у людей о том, что же они приобретают. Пожалуйста, Майкл, слово вам. Спасибо. Я из тайваньского фонда. Наш маркет, наш рынок занимается разными продуктами. Некоторые продукты, у них есть очень высокий уровень риска. Один фактор, на котором я бы хотела прям акцентировать, это нужно связывать страховку с... А другие продукты, они связаны именно с инвестированием, то есть занимаясь финансовыми какими-то переполохами, когда есть какие-то потери, и регулятор хочет выпустить какой-то новый какой-то процесс для того, чтобы это все регулировать, чтобы понимать, что и происходит. Поэтому первое, самое главное, для тех, кто занимается продажами, они должны сдать какой-то такой тест для того, чтобы быть уверенным, что они обладают необходимой квалификацией для того, чтобы этим заниматься. Они должны оценивать риск, а также если это реально существующий риск или нет, то есть они должны убедиться. И в данном случае для менеджера по продажам, так скажем, они очень ясно должны озвучивать, что какие-то информация о продукте, а также особенно для более старшего поколения, в среднем у кому 70 лет и более, а для тех, кому 65, для того, чтобы понимать, что... То есть менеджер по продажам должен сделать какие-то записи, дать более какую-то открытую информацию и сделать заметки. А если нет какой-то записи, есть только всего лишь видео всего процесса, где вы полностью разъясняете процесс вашему клиенту, страховые компании должны осуществлять какие-то звонки, какой-то контакт с клиентами для того, чтобы убедиться, что клиент действительно в курсе, понимает все детали и понимает конечный результат. И в конце финальный результат внутреннего контроля, аудитного департамента страховой компании или регулятора, чтобы они могли контактировать с финансовой инспекцией для того, чтобы понять, взять вот этот образец вон той записи и понять, насколько хорошо весь процесс проходит, просмотреть эту запись, прослушать ее. То есть, когда мы находим некоторые какие-то практики, какой-то опыт, когда мы понимаем, что клиент просто не имеет полного конкретного понимания того, что покупает, всех деталей, и это и есть то, что порождает большое количество недопонимания и каких-то конфликтов. Спасибо большое, Майкл.
I'm sure,
Я уверен,
Manuela,
что Мануэла,
you can add,
вы, возможно, хотите добавить, вы можете добавить многое по поводу образования в этом и о понимании продукта не только с точки зрения сотрудников АЭС, а также с вашего прошлого личного опыта. Вы можете добавить? Как вы думаете, люди действительно понимают, что они покупают, и как мы можем помочь им иметь еще более какое-то развернутое представление о том, что они приобретают? Спасибо, Мануэла. Слово вам.
we cannot hear you, sorry.
Мануэла, мы вас не слышим, извиняемся. Отсутствует звук.
Now you're good.
Да, сейчас меня хорошо слышно, верно? Итак, отлично, отлично. Спасибо за очень хороший вопрос. Я также хотела добавить к тому, что Атель говорила в начале. Да, это рынок, который регулируется, это доступный рынок. Это действительно зависит от того, когда вы внедряете свой продукт на рынок, у вас есть разные возможные варианты подхода. Какой-то подход, который базируется на принципе, который имеет необходимые какие-то требования, а также это может быть какой-то другой подход, когда касается файла, когда у вас есть возможность внедрить этот рынок, представить, по крайней мере, тогда регулятор будет знать о том, что происходит. И самый последний подход — это другой подход, когда у вас нет супервизора, вы напрямую внедряете свой продукт на рынок. То есть это связывание с продукта это о том, как правильно относиться как справедливо и правильно относиться к вашему клиенту. Например, в Великобритании они внедрили новый подход, который называется какие-то обязанности когда вы что-то обязаны клиенту. То есть в данном случае вы должны поставить себя на место вашего клиента, покупателя, вы должны задать себе вопрос. Когда я внедряю данный продукт на рынок, будет ли это понятно, вся сложность моего продукта моему покупателю, как продукт будет вести себя на рынке, продан ли он правильному соответствующему клиенту, вашей аудитории, да? Или же это в данном случае из моего прошлого опыта в одной организации, АЙОПА, у них есть какой-то гайдлайн о том, как внедрять, управлять всем этим. И там расписан весь данный процесс о продукте и ответственность того, производителя или же посредника, который включает разные департаменты, какое-то рассчитывание защиты. То есть там расписано все вплоть до того, как продукт должен быть продан, как продукт должен быть представлен, как нужно все это объяснить и рассказать. То есть это все там расписано, это является обязанностями. То есть как бы вы продукт не внедряли на рынок, это все зависит от того, от уровня уязвимости, понимает ли клиент, покупатель о том, всю сложность. Возможно, вам нужно будет еще больше как-то добавить усилий и для того, чтобы рассказать. Мануэла. Госпожа Мануэла, у нас прерывается связь, но я думаю, что в целях экономии времени, сейчас я передам слово следующему участнику, но все усилия, которые сделаны клиентам понять, они достаточно сложные, потому что мы хотим услышать. Скорее всего, наверное, лучше правильно будет сказать, что мы слышим то, чего мы хотим услышать. Поэтому с людьми то есть исключением было бы установить стоимость. Если бы не будет исключений, то не будет возможности все это приобрести. К сожалению, люди, которые продают, они только получают, так скажем, заработную плату, только если продают. Поэтому
consumers are going to hear what they want to hear.
Поэтому клиенты будут также слышать только то, что они желают услышать. Сейчас мы поговорим о климатических изменениях и о том, как это все учесть. Сейчас господин Ганбатар из Всемирного банка. Он работал над какими-то особыми проектами, продуктами, которые помогают государству это все покрыть, этим заниматься. Ганбатар, будет ли у вас возможность поделиться с нами, пожалуйста, какими-то информацией о продуктах, которые касаются катастрофических случаев? Спасибо. Спасибо, Родольфо, для этой возможности. Я хочу использовать возможность поблагодарить организаторов данного форума за их приглашение и за эту возможность поделиться своими знаниями, опытом и презентовать свою информацию. А также я бы хотела использовать эту возможность для того, чтобы поздравить данный фонд с их 20-летним юбилеем. Это действительно впечатляющая цифра, да. А также я бы хотел поздравить агентство с еще одним каким-то главным, еще одним этапом в их существовании. У меня есть достаточно маленькая презентация, поэтому возможно ли ее, пожалуйста, вывести на экран, мою презентацию? Пока презентация моя появляется сейчас на экране, позвольте мне вкратце рассказать о Мировом банке. В Мировом банке у нас есть 4 основных отдела. Первое — это Международный банк реконструкции и развития и Агентство по международному развитию. Данные 2 организации, они состоят... То есть это работа, занятия государством. О том, как улучшать систему регуляции и вносить какие-то изменения. То есть Мировой банк оказывает поддержку этим государствам. А также у нас есть другая организация, которая работает напрямую с частным рынком. То есть они вносят какие-то изменения. Они работают очень тесно с фондом гарантий. То есть это сектор. А также у нас есть еще один отдел МИГА, который многосторонняя гарантийная организация, которая также помогает очень крупным иностранным инвесторам осуществлять свои инвестиции. А сейчас позвольте мне перейти к моей презентации. Пожалуйста, перейдите в следующий слайд. Извиняюсь, небольшая задержка. Итак, конечно, действительно, самое главное, что я бы хотел сказать, что все, что сейчас в данной презентации, то есть все, что я сейчас скажу в этой презентации, это не обязательно то, что так, как считает Мировой банк. Это мое личное мнение, мое видение. Спасибо, мне сейчас передали кликер. Итак, платежеспособность. Я только вкратце расскажу о 2 моментах. Первое — это платежеспособность, а второе — это новые продукты Мирового банка. То есть о платежеспособности, конечно, это очень важно. Как Мануэла здесь, я бы хотела упомянуть о том, то есть, как международная организация, мы действительно поддерживаем международные организации и супервизоров. И что мы делаем, это в нашей организации, с точки зрения Международного монетарного фонда, мы занимаемся оценкой внедрения международных стандартов. А также потому, что мы используем эту систему в ФСА, в систему оценки стандартов, внедрения стандартов. Иногда мы это делаем вместе с АЭС по внедрению платежеспособности. Также это очень важно помянуть, что мы в целом поддерживаем, поэтому, скорее всего, как вы знаете, платежеспособность сейчас становится основной такой базой, фундаментом. Это очень важное развитие с точки зрения бухгалтерской деятельности, нового капитала, которое очень более ориентирован на риск и более такой продвинутый подход. Также он с точки зрения риск-менеджмента дает возможность быть гибким и в то же время давать возможность более четко и лучше определять какие-то моменты. Возможно,
Я думаю, по платежеспособности там было все внедрено в 2016 году, но были интересные проблемы, которые нам нужно решить. Исследования показывают, что Solvency 2 еще, возможно, еще не соответствует рынку, потому что из-за рейтинга, из-за компетенций. Например, по SP-рейтингу модель требует 68%, чем когда стандартная модель по стандартной модели для того же рынка, для рисков того же рынка. И я слушал то, что говорили коллеги форума. Это было актуально для некоторых стран, которые представлены здесь. По рисковым пределам также важно отметить, до пандемии мы жили в среде низких процентных ставок по инфляции, и сейчас процентные ставки идут наверх, и уровень риска достаточно высокий. Давайте я перейду к облигациям. В случае катастрофических рисков стандартный способ решать это был традиционный способ. Это достаточно, это правильный способ, это представление правильной поддержки, представление критической инфраструктуры, но самый важный подход — это не самый правильный, самый эффективный способ. И проблема достаточно невидимая для маленьких стран, когда вы вкладываете несколько миллионов долларов, например, в случае Ямайки в 2023 году, когда прошла волна ветров, и ущерб был 320 миллионов долларов. Для Ямайки нужно откладывать отдельно, то есть от ВВП вот эту сумму откладывать. Поэтому альтернатив, я думаю, одно из альтернативных решений здесь, это в случае катастрофических облигаций. И я знаю, что размер рынка превышает 40 миллиардов долларов, и Всемирный банк играет очень важную роль в этом. В мае мы выпустили 40 катастрофических облигаций и смогли сократить риски для капитала. И перевели 3 миллиарда. Недавно это было в Чили, Ямайка, в Мексике, в ЮНИСЕФ. И мы выпускали эти облигации во время пандемии. Мы хотели помочь ЮНИСЕФу решить эту проблему, потому что дети страдали очень много во время этих катастрофических событий. Поэтому необходимо было представлять финансирование. Позвольте, я перейду к другой теме. Есть пару минут. Хотел бы сравнить чилийские бонды и ямайские. Для Чили это было 350 миллионов катастрофических облигаций, ямайские облигации 185 миллионов. Чили необходимо было привлечь 630 миллионов долларов, То есть это для покрытия ущерба от землетрясения. Для по Ямайке, я уже этот пример упоминал, необходимо было привлечь 200 миллионов долларов, но вот что было накоплено для вот этого шторма. Был интерес со стороны крупных инвесторов, и по Ямайке более 60% инвесторов были из-за управления активов, и оставшиеся проценты из фонда ILS. Но по Чили, я думаю, тренд был другой, потому что более 70% были из фонда ILS. В плане регионального распределения облигаций больше. Да, я в следующий раз включу слайд по цифровому развитию. Как я уже сказал, по ямайским фондам были управленцы активами, но по Чили основные покупатели были из фонда ILS. По региональному распределению, то есть Европа были основные покупатели, далее это были из Северной Америки покупатели, и также были покупатели из других регионов. Если говорить про структуру, она похожа на традиционную классическую схему катастрофических облигаций. Здесь у нас есть в центре Всемирный банк, который служит посредником между покупателем облигаций и бенефициаром бонда, например, такие страны, как Чили. И перед тем, как мы финализируем это, я хотел бы поговорить о факторе, почему частные инвесторы покупают эти облигации. И я думаю, одной из важных вещей это усиление прибыли. Я думаю, некоторые фонды, которые обещали своим инвесторам хорошую прибыль. Я думаю, второе — это участие Всемирного банка. Я думаю, это дает региональную диверсификацию, региональное разнообразие. В 2023 году мы делали оценку катастрофических облигаций и видели результаты, которые были опубликованы здесь. И чтобы сэкономить время, давайте я здесь закончу быстро. Спасибо вам за приглашение. Спасибо большое, Ганбатар Джамбал. И я думаю, что Ганбатар еще будет здесь, чтобы ответить на ваши дальнейшие вопросы. Давайте вернемся к нашему вопросу, поговорим о продукте и обещаниях, которые мы даем потребителю. Я сейчас хотел попросить каждого из панелистов ответить как потребитель страховки, на каком уровне премии, который мы платим за продукт, какой средний уровень должен быть по претензиям. Мы говорим какая премия должна платиться за ущербы. То есть это 20%, 10%, 90%. То есть какая разумная цена для потребителя, какую он ждет по премиям, чтобы они получили пользу и выгоду. Асель, может быть, вы можете начать.
Спасибо большое, Родольфо.
Thank you very much, Rodolfo, for asking such a difficult question, of course, but I'd like to thank Gambatar. I think he's most disciplined. He prepared this interesting research, interesting presentation, so these catastrophic risks, yes, he explained it very well. As for the question, I heard the value of the product for the consumer, right? So what kind of value, right? I think it's a very important term that sometimes we overlook because
Одно дело, когда
One
государство
thing is
заставляет
when the
покупать,
government
меняет,
forces to pay,
и это все четко
and
урегулировано.
it's all
Другое
regulated,
дело,
but the
когда
other
компания
thing is when the
предлагает
company
добровольный продукт,
offers
и
it
при
as a
этом
voluntary
удивительно, что
product, and it's
вот эта
surprising
ценность,
that this
которая
value
оцифрована в виде
that is
коэффициента
digitalized
выплат,
as the
она у нас
coefficient of
зачастую
payment,
почему-то очень
sometimes
низкая,
it's low, could be low the
Вот
50%.
здесь
And
вопрос
here's the
действительно очень
question:
важный и правильный. Какая эта ценность
what
должна быть?
the value should be
Мы
there, what
уже по
value does it
обязательным видам
include.
страхования
For
перешли к тренду,
mandatory
будем действительно
insurance, we said that we need to target that, and we need to set it at 60% or 80%.
Это обязательные виды, это
These are mandatory social insurance, and it's clear why it's set up this way, why it has such a high level. And according to strategy of financial sector until 2030, by 2030 this value has to be around 60%. And right now, if you look at the average number, this coefficient is only 20% now. So I think that it's a low indicator, it's a low number, and it speaks about two aspects: whether we have too high of a tariffs, or we have some conditions where the market cannot pay. And we cannot say that we have high tariffs, because yesterday in presentations we saw what kind of tariffs we have for different types of insurance. And I think there are many conditions in the contract according to which the market is not ready to take those risks. So I think it's important to understand that the company would reconsider, like Manuela said, would, and as Michael mentioned, where each product is approved by client, by consumer, it's tested first, and you understand the value of the product for the consumer. The need is understood for this product, and then you evaluate the cost, the value. Maybe we need to work in this direction, because 20%, I think it's quite low number. We need to increase it. Yesterday we talked a lot about trust to the insurance market. I think the trust, first of all, it's expressed in the understanding of whether he will get the payment or not. So I think that's the price formation, that how I see it. So I think it should be 60-70 for mandatory, and for voluntary it should be at least 50%. So if we looked at combined coefficient of loss, we should also pay attention to this. And the situation is different here. So the combined coefficient, sometimes it's over 100%, but it says that we suffer lots of losses. So the question is, are we suffering those losses to develop some products, to make sure that these products are available? We're spending a lot on online services. So are we going in the right direction? Are these costs and expenses, are they excessive costs? So that's the kind of questions that we need to answer. And I'm not saying that we need to regulate those things strictly, but this system, it should lead to a balance. So that's why what we are striving for. Интересно, что страховка — это очень сложная система. Если вы покупаете машину, например, и комиссия 80%, ценность машины 20%, следующее — это 80%. Но если посмотреть на одежду, на одежду 10% ценности, и вы там платите за рекламу и так далее. Да, очень важный вопрос, кстати, какова цена страховки, то есть цена продукта, какова ценность. Давайте послушаем Ерлана, что Ерлан думает. Thank you, Rodolfo. I will agree with Asil that you asked a very difficult question. How much should a promise cost, like you say? But I think here it's important to agree that insurance is not bought, it's sold rather. And like Manuel already mentioned, how strong the sellers are, how competent they are, and the level of preparedness of the salespeople is very important. And here on this platform of discussion, we are testing our insurance agents. Of course, the insurance companies is preparing them, it's the professionals, but they go through relevant testing. More than 200 agents were tested since the beginning of the year, and I think the results are quite good. So, how much should an insurance cost? I think that we need to look at the level of solvency of people, of consumers, of ability to pay, and then based on that we need to put them in different groups, put them into different regions, because selling insurance where the risk is very low, I think it would not be trustworthy, would not be profitable. But people need the real product, so. And the colleagues always do, like Asim said this. We do the analysis using the centralized database. I think we will have the breakdowns, statistics, and we'll be able to discover the purchasing powers of people. We will look at the incomes of people and the levels of coverages that we'll be able to sell. So it's hard to say how much it should be. There are different parameters. How much percentage it should be from the income, from the salary, from 3-7%. It's a questionable number, but we need to point out a different factor, that we have social type of insurance, like social health medical insurance, and it pulls the commercial market. It draws it was not big, but it was very interesting, and the employers bought this. Now we have social medical insurance. That's why in this case we are pushed aside. So in some certain risk we're competing with them in some types of risks. And I think the social medical insurance here, it's very limiting. It's restricted in terms of service. I think we will be giving better quality, and we will be really holding a competitive level. I think it's a very promising forecast, because we see the population, the birth rate is growing, and the education is growing. So these are the directions where we will be in high demand in the future, and the population will demand the increasing quality, I think.
Thank you. You raised an important point.
Спасибо большое, Ирланд, вы подняли очень важный вопрос.
The level of purchase power.
Уровень, да, покупательская способность населения, это очень важно, да. То есть, когда вы предлагаете продукт, покупательская способность очень важна. И люди в сегменте низкого заработка, они не должны платить слишком много за продвижение продукта или за продажу продукта. И поэтому, то есть необходимо нужно установить правильные коэффициенты, правильно пропорционально их зарплате для защиты. В то же время продажа в низкий сегмент, в низкие зарплаты, сегмент, низкий сегмент. То есть они еще не понимают смысл этого. И поэтому это вызов. Ситуация сложная. Я хотел бы услышать от Мануэлы в качестве потребителя, когда вы покупаете страховку, сколько вы ожидаете, то есть платить, сколько вы ожидаете возврат в процентах тоже. Я надеюсь, что вы меня слышите хорошо. Я думаю, Асель и Ерлань, они дали очень хорошие ответы. Я вам не скажу конкретный процент, я вам скажу, что то есть соотношение не должно быть регулировано, но должно быть, за этим должно быть наблюдение. Наблюдатели должны как бы смотреть, подозревать немножко то есть посмотреть, правильно ли соотношение, там, может быть, там проблемы с выплатами, с соотношением выплат и так далее. Нужно относиться справедливо к потребителю. Если слишком высокая цена, то наблюдатели должны с подозрением относиться к этому, смотреть. То есть, если там выше 100%, то там, страховая компания не выдерживает тоже, она может стать неплатежеспособной и обанкротиться. То есть, не регулируйте, но подвергайтесь наблюдению. То есть, должна подвергаться наблюдению со стороны супервайзеров. Майкл, ваше мнение, когда вы покупаете страховку, например, в вашей стране есть вопрос, что является справедливым продуктом?
Это, конечно, зависит от разных ситуаций, и в разные ситуации требуют разного вида продукты. Первое, на что нужно, я думаю, что первое, что вы должны рассмотреть, что премиум, страховая премия, чем больше у них дохода, тем больше, конечно, они смогут. Но самое важное, что мы должны иметь в виду, это что что из них мы будем приоритизировать, если вы думаете, что это важно. Возможно, например, нам необходимо найти какие-то средства для того, чтобы субсидировать какую-либо часть, то есть коммерческую часть. Я думаю, что это процесс, который должен осуществляться шаг за шагом. Спасибо. Господин Ганбатар, а что же вы думаете на это? Я слышал, что Всемирный банк продвигал микрострахование и похожие вещи. Но по части защиты вы же, конечно, не думаете, что там будет большой процент. И так, иначе никогда не было бы необходимого капитала у страховой компании для того, чтобы это все поддержать. Что ваше мнение? В случае с Всемирным банком, я думаю, что один из очень интересных примеров это страховой индекс, основанная страховка. Я думаю, что в случае со Всемирным банком это не так, что для нас основная цель — это установить маркет, организовать и помогать а потом быстро из него, так скажем, уйти. Я помню, что на моей памяти был индекс основанная страховка, и изначально Мировой банк внедрил этот продукт, и он был достаточно успешным, потому что процесс адаптации прошел очень успешно, а также участие государственное в приватном секторе все больше и больше, и покрытие всего этого было очень высоким. Поэтому в данном случае я бы сказал, что опять-таки я изменяюсь немножко насчет Всемирного банка, то есть это справедливо по поводу, с точки зрения создания рынка, а далее для того, чтобы для устойчивого развития эти организации как бы перенимали на себя лидерство. Я считаю, что, спасибо за ответ, я считаю, что во многих странах, когда вы покупаете страховку, вы ожидаете ожидаете сделать на этом прибыль. Но это неправильно, это действительно очень сложно. Хороший страховой продукт дает вам возможность, если случается ущерб, для того, чтобы вы смогли пострадать меньше, но все равно вы будете, вы пострадаете, но вы пострадаете в меньшей степени, чем могли бы. Сейчас я закрою панельную сессию, но пока я это не сделала, позвольте мне получить очень краткий, быстрый ответ у всех участников. Сколько капитала необходимо для страховой компании, чтобы у них было для того, чтобы быть прибыльной, но также и безопасной. Чтобы это было безопасно.
Oh,
these are the questions that you cannot answer with just the one number. That's what I'll say. So the system of solvency should be created in a balance, should be implemented so that the requests for the solvency shouldn't be too high, so that at the end we talk a lot about the development, but at the same time, as the ones who are afraid of the risks, we will hold lots of capital and keep it in the high liquid assets. So therefore, there should be a balanced system in place, and the concept of the development of the agency up until the 2013. So the current system of solvency that we have right now, it's based on the Solvency 1. This principle that we have, as you are well aware, is the minimal requests for the capital. It's very clearly placed with the normative and legislative regulations. So the concept that we have up until the 2013 year, what we've considered is moving on to Solvency 2. So it's something that's based on the risks. That's where we will have certain requirements, not to the minimal level of the capital, but to the capital according to the risks that are possible within the companies. So as of today, all of this is planned until the 2030, but we have carried a lot of work on that. Regarding Solvency 2, we've developed the methodological guidelines for the companies. We've also developed guidelines for the record according to the capital requirements, and all of these guidelines that we have, our insurance companies have done work on that, have tested, and we are glad to see that a number of companies, not all of them, but a number of them are able to cope with this new regime. Obviously, these methodological recommendations will be worked on and will be adapted, because the macroeconomics is not the economics that we have in the European countries, and the risks of Kazakhstan are not let's say unique, but they are quite individual. So in the last semester 2024, we plan to implement the changes into normative legislative act, and until 2030 we plan to totally move on to Solvency 2. So knowing the level, what kind of level we need now, what I know is that we need to have the trend that it's about the capitals related to risks, and since we've moved into MCFO 18, so evolutionally, obviously, it should have been done a little differently, but we should have moved on to solvency based on the risks, and then move on to the reporting system onto MCFO 17. But evolutionally, that's how it happened in Kazakhstan, and obviously, right now we have implemented MCFO 17. We do the brains are boiling of the guys who are dealing with this as to what kind of decisions, what kind of risks, and what should be done, and what needs to. We do have a lot of work still needs to carried out in this direction. But I think all of that, as a complex decision, will help us move on to Solvency 2 and have the same balance, that balance level, and that kind of level of solvency that we need, so that it's not too high levels of capital, but at the same time, so that we are quite stable and sustainable. Thank you. Thank you, Rodolfo. That's quite a challenging question. Again, I'll try to make it quick. Again, obviously, it's not going to be easy, but I totally agree with the fact that what needs to be done is we need to go into the level where we remove the capital from the risk. We do have large companies, universal companies that possess a license permit for a relatively wide range of insurance services, and we also do have small companies that are, let's say, they have one or two licenses that mean that allow a divided risk. So that's where we should be requiring things from the capital. What Asel Moldagalievna has mentioned earlier about the minimal sizes of the capital, from that one we should quickly be moving on to requirements from the demanding from the capital from the risk. So that would be a very good signal to the market, to the new players of the market that could enter the market, not only be universal but also have regional companies, and could have done that as well. So that's also something that we need to look into, but obviously with keeping up with all of the requirements, that will just improve the service. Thank you. Спасибо. Спасибо, Мануэла. Думаете ли вы, что для каждой страны уровень защиты, который предоставляет платежеспособность, позволяет компаниям поддерживать какие-то случаи, которые случаются, например, на протяжении каждые 200 лет? Думаете ли вы, это вполне вменяемые какие-то ожидания для каждой страны? Извиняемся, Мануэла, услышали вы мой вопрос?
Can you hear me now?
А слышно ли меня сейчас? Да. Отлично, хорошо. Итак, я бы хотела вернуться к стандартам страховой, принципам IIS, страховым принципам. У нас есть один по развитию, ICP-14, а также там, как Асель уже сказала, про MCFO-17. Наши IIS-стандарты — это одна из возможных вариантов, один из возможных вариантов для оценки. Также у нас есть другие возможности. Также у нас есть капитальное соответствие капитала, достаточное средств. То есть, что нужно, оно должно быть чувствительно к риску, а также качество капитала. То есть страховка должна иметь возможность поддерживать потери и приобретения. То есть, потому что если вы не сможете использовать капитал, который вам доступен, то вы должны, когда вы не сможете покрыть потери какие-то, то есть сенситивность к рискам и то, о чем вы говорили, случаи, которые случаются раз в 200 лет, они должны быть адаптированы, но в любом случае ваши страхователи, страховщики, они должны, есть какие-то обязательства к тем, кто несет какие-то акты нормативные. То есть они должны продолжать нести свои обязательства по отношению к тем, кому они у них есть. То есть по выплатам. То есть с точки зрения супервизии, мы говорим об уровне вмешательства. Обычно вы участвуете как между и другими какими-то капиталами, то есть и минимальный капитал должен быть, требования к минимальному капиталу, то есть это минимальные какие-то требования для страховщика, для того, чтобы эффективно функционировать, и вы должны описать и просчитать свои риски. Это может быть раз в 200 лет, там может быть риск 99,5%, какой-то может быть другой вид риска, который у нас есть, например, в Швейцарии, какие-то долгосрочные риски. Также, какой бы из них ни был, вы должны понимать, что они должны быть адекватны, рассчитаны, когда вы рассчитываете и говорите о перспективах, долгосрочных перспективах инвестирования. Я не скажу вам, что стандарт — это тот, который должен происходить раз в 200 лет. Спасибо, Ганбатар. Вы немножко говорили про Solvency 2, который случается раз в 200 лет. Думаете ли вы, что Если это достаточно вменяемые, ожидаемые какие-то ожидания, что компания должна поддерживать в каких-то случаях, которые случаются раз, например, в 200 лет. С точки зрения вашего предыдущего вопроса, который касается достаточный стресс, я бы хотела сказать, что я согласен со Стиль, что это должен быть достаточно деликатный баланс соблюден. С одной стороны, конечно, у нас есть вот эти регуляции, обязательства, по которым мы должны предоставить необходимую защиту. Но с другой стороны, если мы думаем об устойчивости индустрии, когда, например, новые инвесторы придут, мы не должны снижать прибыльность данного рынка. То есть, что я думаю, это важно, что это немножко в некоторой среде это может быть немножко достаточно сложновато. Это зависит от страны к стране, но также с точки зрения достаточности средств по тому моменту, который вы сейчас озвучили, недавно я видел очень интересные дебаты по тему пропорциональности, пропорций, которые касались о том, что должна ли быть solvency быть только касательно стандартом для крупных компаний или немножко других маленьких компаний также, может быть, но при этом я бы не предоставлял, я, скорее всего, не смогу предоставить вам ответ, потому что это очень достаточно такой сложный вопрос, и это может быть... Поэтому спасибо за вопрос, спасибо огромное за ответ. Да, это... Вы знаете, да, что в конференции есть у нас момент про гарантийные фонды. Это очень важный аспект. Вы видите, что я, например, живу в Майами, и есть очень много наводнений. Ураганов, точнее, И есть стандарт, где вы должны поддерживать ураганы категории... Третьей категории. Они не говорят, вы должны поддерживать ураганы уровня номер 5. Это достаточно, это выбор, который осуществляет компании. А, например, в Японии, в Кобе, где очень много происходит землетрясений, там не будет много домов, которые смогут устоять какой-то, не знаю, восьмибалльного, например, землетрясения не могут выдержать. Но они обошли это и построили это так, что реконструкция, она очень простая. То есть перепостроение, они сделаны из дерева. Поэтому, если, например, наступает землетрясение, они смогут заново перестроить свои дома по очень низкой цене. И здесь мы приходим к тому, что если есть очень хорошая система, которая сможет поглощать компании, которые уже... Например, в США у меня был в моей компании, возможно, 5 лет назад, 3 компании, они поменялись. То есть есть просто письмо от регулятора, где написано: сейчас, с данного момента ваша компания станет другой. И как клиент вы не чувствуете, на вас это никак не влияет. Но это та компания, которая защищала мой дом, и у них не было достаточно капитала. То есть вы должны смотреть на требования капитала и ожидания людей, компаний, которые начинают угасать, и по методологии, и поэтому гарантийные фонды, они являются очень важными. Возможно, для вас, Майкл, то есть по поводу роли по защите клиентов, прав потребителей, возможно, вы сможете добавить по этому поводу что-либо, господин Майкл? Да, но я бы хотел убедиться, что до того, как ответить, я бы хотела сказать кое-что, добавить, что по достаточности средств в нашей системе мы будем внедрять ICS в 2020, в течение 3 лет. То есть мы делаем очень много, большой фронт работы проводим по поводу подготовки, для того, чтобы у нас была возможность аутсорсить большое количество отчетов, информации по страховым компаниям, но, по крайней мере, самая наименьшая степень — это... А следующая шаг – это мы должны организовать семинар, где мы должны четко озвучить о том, что конкретно мы хотим по страховым кооперациям от сотрудников, чтобы было полное понимание. Следующий шаг – это принять регуляции, согласиться с ними, которые нам выставляет регулятор, и совершить подготовку по поводу... Подготовка, возможно, должна длиться 6 месяцев. На следующий год мы постараемся задать такие какие-то, попросить данные кооперационные какие-то организации для того, чтобы они предоставили нам свою информацию, базу данных, дату по поводу данного. И используя это все, мы надеемся, что мы сможем в 2026 году все это использовать и достичь какого-то прогресса. Спасибо большое. По поводу второго вопроса, насколько силен является роль вашего гарантийного фонда в Таиланде для поддержки компаний, которые начинают угасать? Помогаете ли вы клиентам, покупателям получить какую-то уверенность, чувство уверенности в рынке? На самом деле мы предоставляем небольшую другого вида защищенную защиту. И данный проект, он должен быть сдизайнирован с точки зрения, потому что некоторые эти регуляции, они достаточно хорошо, успешно функционируют, и клиенты, и большинство каких-то недопониманий, конфликтов между клиентами мы можем решать с этой точки зрения. Это инструменты для того, чтобы решить проблему. Многое из этих мы думаем, что мы сможем решить данные проблемы шаг за шагом. Хорошо, спасибо. Я бы хотела поблагодарить всех участников панельной сессии за эту очень интересную дискуссию. Спасибо вам огромное.
Thank you, dear participant of panel discussion, for the extensive information and very interesting reports. Now I invite all participants of our forum to go to a coffee break, and after the 15 minutes we will continue our forum. Thank you. Dear participant, I invite you to ballroom to continue our conference. Я знаю, но не слышно. Да, максимально громко. Dear participant, I invite you to come to our ballroom to continue our conference. Dear participant, please come to our ballroom. We will continue our conference. So I would like to invite Ruslan Omarov to make his presentation, online settlement of an insurance event for a simplified registration of accident. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm happy to see you all at the first insurance forum. This is a very important event which should be held in order for us to get together in this industry to highlight problematic issues and look for solutions. Let me start my presentation. I would like to present to you our application. This application is not complete at this stage, so we will be presenting to you sort of a working draft version. So here you will see the words Euro repair work. We like this word, Euro, European. Perhaps the name is not quite the right one. Next slide, please. So the topic or the issue I'm going to discuss today is about things sort of that relate to a certain degree to Europe. Well, here we should be talking about the following. If we start using the European protocol, that'll be fantastic. That way we will be able to resolve the majority of problems that we face when we deal with road accidents without involving our law enforcement agencies, and we'll be able to find solutions as fast as possible, as soon as possible. That's why we say here, das ist fantastisch. I believe that this shouldn't be called the Euro Protocol, but the correct name is the one in front of you, which is fantastic. So it's a simple solution, it's a digital solution, and it will help us to deal with road accidents. So here we say fast, simple, and digital. So I will not be explaining to you what the European protocol is. You all know yourselves what the Euro protocol is all about. But in our application, with the help of our application, registration will be made very easy. It will be fast, simple, and digital. So you will be able to register your accidents very quickly, and all other issues will be resolved very quickly. Again, slow, complicated, and paper. This is what we have right now, what we have to deal with right now. So you will see a map of sorts on this slide. It's sort of something that somebody did by hand, and it's not quite clear actually what's going on. Basically, it's a picture of an accident. So we need to be digital. And that way, when we become digital, we'll be able to solve things quicker. Now, advantages of DAS: time, online access, and online signature. Everything is done very, very quickly and very fast. You will be able to sign things using this application. You don't have to go anywhere. If you don't have a digital electronic signature, you will be able to get one with the help of this application. So, signature, we use cloud biometric digital signature. Here, you don't have to go anywhere. You will be able to get the signature in this application with the help of this application. Here you will see how exactly you will be able to use this. So here we have all certificates, and certification process is complete. I know if you have heard, but also this is used by agencies that issue ID cards and passports. This is already in place in Almaty. Basically, we have these kiosks which will help you to issue your ID card. It takes less than 3 minutes and you pay right there immediately. And this digital signature enables you to complete the whole process just in 3 minutes. The address of the office is Markova Street. This is how we register our protocol. The first step is interview. Every driver using their own application, they complete or provide all information about themselves and about the accident. Then you have another step whereby you take pictures of your vehicle, and then the next step is signature. So let's go through each and every step. Here you will see the first one, interview. So you basically answer all questions, yes or no. You also say whether any damage was incurred to any vehicles or people or whatever, etc. And then we have this manual function whereby law enforcement agencies basically look into your case. This is the so-called photo report. The driver takes pictures of their vehicle, and you will see from these pictures how badly this vehicle was damaged. This is done just once. Another important point, anti-fraud. When you prepare your photo report, you cannot download any pictures that were done before that, because we are basically collecting your pictures from that are taken with the help of your camera. This is the Euro protocol for non-residents. Here you will have just to register, sign in, you will get a digital electronic signature, and you will go through the same steps basically. That way all participants, traffic participants as we say, are covered. What else can you do with the help of our application? Apart from being able to use this Euro protocol, you will also be able to submit your application or statement to the Unified Insurance Database. We will be adding further other services to the application that are important for users, including sale of insurance certificates, etc. I apologize. This seems to be. This is not the latest, not the most updated version of the presentation, I'm afraid. We just have a few slides left. Again, this was the first step, or this is the first step. So we're saying, yes, this is the first step towards where we are going to. Historically, the first credit bureau which I represent doesn't work with the insurance market. And this thus was the first step for us, which we took in order to enter the insurance market. We came up with a very interesting proposal, which was viewed favorably by the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund, and we are ready to invest into the development of the insurance market using our expertise, knowledge, and experience to ensure that it is more digitalized and more advanced. We, being the first credit bureau starting from the 90s, have been able to achieve a lot. We're going to celebrate our 20th anniversary. You all know what Xerox is. Obviously, it's the name of a company. It's not the name of a machine, so to speak. But this name has become now like symbolic, and the name of our company, First Credit Bureau, is also a brand name already. So people who are involved in fintech here, they go to other countries to start working, and they say, in Indonesia we have our own First Credit Bureau. If we had services that you have here in Uzbekistan, we would be happy. So things like that people say to us, which means that we have been quite successful in our market. And what we have been able to achieve for the past 3 years specifically is a lot. And we are ready to help you to develop the insurance market. We are an infrastructure company. We're not your competitors, but we will enable you to use our services and products so that you become more effective. We have access to a high number of government services which we can sort of adapt to your needs and provide to you, opening new horizons. We, being the First Credit Bureau, are ready to open these new horizons for the insurance sector and industry. We have a clear idea of how we should be working with the insurance database. Unfortunately, this monopolistic position didn't allow us to get the Euro protocol for some issues that are still outstanding. The regulator is involved, and that's the wrong sort of position to take. When I say monopolistic position, I'm sure you know whom I mean by that. So let's go to the next slide, and then after that we'll move on to the presentation. Now let's move on to the next slide, to the application itself. This is the screen I'm going to use to show you, to demonstrate how the application works. So, registration of road or accidents will be done without the involvement of the police. This is something that has been already done and implemented in this application. So I'll press this button, I'll choose resident, I will type in my individual identification number, the number of my card, then I'll also provide my email address. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at using the Android-based sort of platform. So I have read this, so I'll press continue. Basically, my registration process is complete. Now I will receive an SMS which will say that this Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund database, they will send me their verification. Just give me a couple of minutes, seconds, and I'll start entering further data. So basically this one the screen says connection. My phone will be connected with the computer. As usual, when you try and demonstrate something to people, things go wrong. So I'll continue. Now I have to come up with my password. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the password. Then I will type in this password again, and then I'll save it. So registration is complete. Welcome. So we are registered now with the application. Hopefully it'll take less time. Then we have to type in our PIN code, and that way we get access to the history of applications and statements and claims. So after that we submit our application. Euro protocol, it says here, and then you will see the following. You are basically giving Euro protocol access to everything. So you allow this access, then you have another a selection to make individual or legal entity. So basically you have to go through all these fields and complete them. So we're having some technical difficulties through no fault of ours. I would like to take this opportunity and invite you to take part in our conference that is being held at the Buluan Shalak building. We're focusing on the anti-fraud topic. So here we have basically 2 people involved in a road accident. Question: sober, yes. Are you at the scene of the accident? We say yes. Remember, when I opened this geolocation, this is part of our anti-fraud efforts. We do this just to make sure, to deal with cases whereby somebody left the accident scene. So here we evaluate the amount of damages to the environment, to people, to vehicles, etc., etc. So you go through all these questions, you answer them, and then after that you basically launch your Euro protocol procedure. And here just one screen is left. You are to choose one of these options on the screen. Basically, if you are right, then you are the injured party. If you are not, then obviously you are the delinquent party. In parallel with this, the second involved person also completes this registration process using their phone. Then we match these 2 applications with each other, and we end up having one flow for this particular case. So I choose this option. I'm the injured party here. I provide again my individual identification number. I press continue. Was I driving the vehicle? Yes. And then I complete these fields here. When did that happen? Obviously, we're testing this out right now, but if you were involved in an accident, you will provide the date of the accident, and say the accident took place at 23:50, but it took you some time to finalize everything, and you then some time passed. So basically, you can choose the next day as well. Location, I say Almaty. So in parallel, we get all this. Also, we get data, GPS data, to make sure we avoid any fraud-related sort of things. Then after that, we will be able to take pictures, basically of the vehicle. So let me take a couple of pictures. Picture number 1, picture number 2, picture number 3, and picture number 4.
Now we work on a car. We do the VIN picture. The environment, if anything was changed there. So we fill out all the fields. The general, we take the picture. You can wave, okay. Then we choose the type of motor vehicle and the victim. The side that was damaged, the left side that was damaged, okay. For example, the front door. This is the summary of what happened after the interviews, after the survey. We understand where it happened, we understand the address, we know what happened there, and the photographs that were taken. We here did not show all the pictures here, so we confirm. So then we sign with the electronic digital signature. Then I take a picture, continue, come up with a password, create password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's all. I signed the claim that went into the base 123. Then I wait for the actions from the insurance organization. The same claim that from unified insurance database, it has to go to the insurance organization. Then they work on that claim. You can download the claim, the application, and it will show the claim. So there is no integration with the unified database because we wait for this. It's September now, so we're still waiting for the EPI. They didn't give us the access yet. So I hope that we can do it, and then it will be better. If you have any questions, I will gladly answer them. Thank you. Okay, that's all. Спасибо.
For your presentation, the next opportunity for make presentation, I would like to give Mart Jess, Insurance and Digitalization, the Estonia experience. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I'm delighted to be in front of you. And first of all, I would love to thank dear host of inviting me and to hear a lot of interesting experiences from Kazakhstan and all over the place. And I'm very grateful that you allowed me to share our experience, especially in light of digitalization. There was a lot I already heard, which was quite common for my. No, this is the last slide. I need the. Yes, that's the one. Okay, my name is Martti Esse, and I'm chairman of Estonian Motor Insurance Bureau and Estonian Insurance Association. Both organizations were established in 1993, and since 2007 we have been merged. We are both private non-profit organizations. One team runs both. Basically, the whole idea in Estonia is self-regulation as much as possible. This is what the industry supports. The bureau, Motor Bureau, guarantees basically all central functions of what motor insurance has: guarantee fund, green card bureau, information center, compensation body, you name it, and it's there. When it comes to association, it's a traditional industry trade organization plus much more. And as we offer quite a lot of services to our member companies, the reality is that to operate in Estonian insurance market without becoming a member of insurance association is literally impossible. And to show some peculiarities of what we have, especially in light of today's presentation, it is important to note that we act as a hub between insurance companies and the government. We are the digital gateway for insurance companies to the governmental registries. Already today it was discussed that the question of insurance ombudsman. In Estonia we created that by the association. It's a joint venture by the government and by us, and we initiated it. Annually we have more than 300,000 claims against insurance companies. Out of those, last year 379 came to us. It's way more than claims to court, supervisor, consumer protection combined. So we basically take care of the dirty laundry that insurance companies happen to make. And also we are a standard setting body, which was discussed during this panel previously, how consumer must behave. As most of the insurance activities in Estonia has been digitalized, we have understood that it's not consumers that should learn about the services. It is about insurance companies that must change the services to meet the needs. I'm going to discuss about that later on. So we have set minimum standards for all main insurance products and harmonized terminology for consumers to be able to compare products between companies. When one company says that the storm starts from 20 kilometers meters per second, and the other says storm starts from 40, those products are not comparable, and it's not possible in Estonia. And there is a lot of trainings there is a lot of activities that we do in Estonia, and as due to time pressure, I will. Now I have to tell that it's not the presentation. It's not the presentation I sent, dear folks. I sent like in the very beginning 4 slides, then I sent a long presentation. I guess everybody would prefer the long one. But to continue, especially with the digital part, we started our digitalization journey in '93. You may say that. Before the slides come up, I will talk about that. When the especially motor insurance started, the business was done mostly handwritten. Then the data was inserted to computer, then was transferred to central database by floppy disk. As you can imagine, the data quality was a mess. In '98, it was fairly understood that things must be changed. And okay, I know this guy. And now we should start moving online. Then the decision was being made to start centralizing things and to create online database of insurance. The development led to that for since 2001, it means 22 years, handwritten policies are forbidden. In motor insurance, it's all digital, all online. So, are there some news? No? Okay, let's. I will do my best to continue. And since then, basically, since motor insurance was being digitalized, rest of the business lines have followed as well. And talking about being a hub between insurance companies and the government, association and the bureau provide data to insurance companies. When customer goes to insurance company doesn't need to add a lot of data and ask from customer your name, ID code, etc. Only thing what insurance company needs to know is the ID code of the person, and just pulls all the data from governmental registers via us. I think the ideology is pretty similar what it is for you. And the same applies for most of the business line. When it comes to insuring your vehicle, all you need to know is the vehicle number. You put it to the website of insurance company, and insurance company pulls full data about the vehicle from the governmental database, and the same for home insurance, whatever. If it's easier, I may bring my own computer where I can start the slides. Sorry, I will. So this is a very good example of the digitalization, that digitalization should increase efficiency, but from time to time, it's not the case. And especially talking about introducing the claims app that we were recently being introduced to. In our case, in Europe, we have seen in many countries where there has been an attempt to introduce claim settlement online. In most of the cases, it has failed because there has been no proper testing, and there has been a rush to take it into market. And usually it has reached like 10, maximum 15% of usage, and with great disappointment by insurance like victims. So one of the takeaways from European side definitely is that strong recommendation to test it heavily before going online with a product. I sent it to Janar now. Janar, okay. Did you get it? Okay. And while they get it on, I will entertain you the other way around. But now the reality in Estonia is that basically all business is digital, fully digital, especially in retail lines. When it comes to complicated products like pension, unit link, of course, you cannot do it online mostly. But customers are, when customers have gone online with all their other products, insurance companies cannot be different. They have to be online as well. And the reality is that they want to buy products fast, and they don't want to spend too much time on reading terms and conditions. It's like downloading apps for a mobile phone. They like it or not, but regulation walks a totally different story. While regulation accepts that there is a lot of disclosures, consumers are being accommodated to the products. Consumers they don't have time for that. They want to get the product fast and get on with their life. And this is the painful process that we gone through, and we have understood that for the regulation there is a lot to be changed, because the expectations of customers and the regulators are way different. And in our case, what it has led to is that you cannot find sales offices anymore. Basically, insurance sales offices are gone. When you work really hard, you may find an office, but it's history. And the folks that are sitting in the office are sitting there because of most probably that the lease agreement was for too long period. The insurance company is not able to get rid of that. So other people mind their other stuff. And all new companies that have entered the Estonian insurance market basically have no physical presence for consumers. Maybe in case of claims handling, there may be, but otherwise not. But continuing with the story, when we have integrated our business processes with the governmental data, as is going to happen in Kazakhstan quite soon, or has already happened, it will lead to improved data quality. It will lead to extremely smooth and fast business processes, and as I mentioned, consumers and insurance companies don't have to waste the time of retrieving and inserting data. And in many instances, just the digitalization may help also to improve processes of external authorities, for example, like police. It's quite common that drivers have to carry on their MTPL policies. In our case, as the central database has legal meaning in front of third parties, it means that also drivers don't have to carry their MTPL policy along. Police can check the existence of the policy from their car and usually get the PDF file into your inbox, and that's it. You don't print it. You don't use it. And but from the digitalization point of view and getting the data right, I think it's not only the community that have to benefit from that. I mean, insurance community. The consumers get the products fast, and insurance companies can decrease their expenses. When you get a lot of data, you can benefit the whole society a lot. And when we started the data collection journey, what we realized, first of all, when we get a lot of data, first give it to use of insurance companies for risk assessment purposes, and of course it's personalized data, but rather statistical data. We created a special data warehouse for these purposes, and insurance companies can use it for their own portfolio analysis and assessment of individual customers. For example, yesterday we heard that a credit bureau will start rating of insurance customers. In our case, we found that there is no need for that, and like bonus malus system was abolished at all in Estonia in year 2000. Okay. So as I already told quite a lot of it, I will skip the slides. What I have in here, I told you the story starting from 1993 until now, and the reality is that the whole business is done based on central government data. For the property and persons. When you don't exist in front of the state, you don't exist for us. But for us, it gives tremendous data quality and increase of improvement. And this is implications that I talked about. And of course, for the guarantee fund, availability of the data is very good. When you have the data, you can monitor the market and predict which way it goes, and in case you need to alert supervisory authority. And one additional thing, digitalization in Estonia has led to extremely low level of uninsured driving, so less than 1%. Because what we do is we compare our own database with a central database of the vehicles, and notify owners of the vehicles that your vehicle is not insured. Please either deregister when you don't use it, or insure it. And according to the law, we have been granted also power to charge uninsured driving. So basically, there is no cost for the society for uninsured driving at all. Basically, we collect all the money from uninsured community to cover the costs of uninsured driving. And this is what our IT system looks like. It's basically connected with everything. So it's like now it has started to live life of its own. And not the IT system, but the slides. Okay. And what is important in here, of course, when we process tremendous amounts of data, the question of data privacy comes along. And 90% of the data that we keep is log files. We basically log everything our insurance companies do in order to avoid misuses of the system. But now let's, in order to wrap up, I'm just briefly going to show some public services that we have created with the data. First of all, it's very beneficial for the infrastructure. Is beneficial for consumers. Our website runs an aggregator. You can, when you want to insure your car, you can go to our website, just insert car number, and in 2 seconds you have quotes from all insurance companies, and basically in 5 minutes you can have the policy in your inbox. As prices are not regulated in Estonia, it's highly important for consumers to educate. Please compare prices before you're going to make the purchase. And of course, when this functionality is there, everybody can go to a website and check whether your own vehicle has been insured or your neighbor's car has been insured. You go to a website, just insert the vehicle number, and you can see where the vehicle has been insured and until which date. Of course, and in case of car accidents, it is very important to know where one car is accidents or not. And last year we introduced claims notification system by mobile. It's not a standalone app, but responsive web-based app. And it's changed again the slides, and by this somebody else also. But anyway, we introduced the app, and by basically it's by mobile, as predicted in here, and by now nearly 50% of the claims are being submitted via the mobile app. Yeah, in our case, there is no digital signature authorization or something like this. You just add the data, submit, and insurance companies will make the rest. I wonder which way it goes. Anyway, another important feature that we introduced was that all claims of vehicles are transparent. When you want to buy an insurance, when you want to buy a car, you might want to know about history of the vehicle. You can go to a website, insert the vehicle number, and can see whether the vehicle has been in a car accident or not. It has wiped off the frauds in consumer in used car markets. It's a great tool, and of course it helps our institution as well, because people know that we help them in case of accident. Then additionally, what you saw pictures as well, there was a dots on the map for each and every accident that we put the dot on the map. So, and it's open to the public. Everybody can see where are the dangerous intersections, roads, and it has improved road safety tremendously, and forced government to do investments in there. In addition, we have introduced flood and storm threat maps. We divided Estonia to 10 by 10 meter squares, and the height of every point is there, and you can and I would just like, this is like forecasts of floods, how it may over years, how the floods may affect the places where you might want to insure places or so. But I would say that the system doesn't. And then the store as well, where I'm going to wrap up quite. I'm going to wrap up quite soon. And I'm going to wrap up with this nice green picture in here. And this was more or less the last slide. So to conclude, digitalization is a great tool for improving your business. However, one must test the functioning of each and every system very thoroughly before putting it into work. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mart, for your presentation. The next person who I would like to invite is Vaginyak Ignazaryan, Head of Bureau of Insurance of Armenia, Armenia Online Settlement Experience. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, all participants, it's a pleasure to be here in Almaty for the first time, for the second time, and I'm going to be again because the impressions from the Almaty are very good, and many things has changed since my last visit, and these are in a positive way. Also, I want to express my gratitude to organizers of this good event. First of all, it is the Insurance Guarantee Fund and other Kazakhstan institutions like Agency for Regulation of Financial Markets and other bodies for the support and contribution to this two-day forum. And I want to thank especially the personnel of relevant organizations who made possible the preparation and carrying out of this forum for their hard working, which can we see from our side here. And I want also to greet all participants and guests for their ideas, for sharing of their experience, and I'm sure that everybody will find something to use in their relevant countries and institutions from the ideas expressed here to make better the industry. Accordingly, I'll share with you the experience of Armenian motor insurance, just because I'm CEO of Armenian Motor Insurance Bureau, and this content. Excuse me, but I also sent the English version of presentation, but now I see the Russian. Okay. The topics which I am going to cover in my presentation is the implementation of CMTPLI system in Armenia, status and functions of Bureau, accident registration process, information about ASFA single window system, which is the information system database, so-called database and functional platform for MTPL insurance, recent and future developments. The CMTPLI system was created by the adoption of Parliament's relevant law in 2010, and in the same year the Bureau was established and contracts started to be concluded, which are effective from January 2011. These are some figures of CMTPLI system, just for visual understanding. For last year, we have increase in insurance premiums and the number of vehicles with contracts, but on the other hand, the compensation number of registered accidents dropped down, and accordingly, the loss ratio decreased. The reason for this discrepancy from the first side was some measures taken by police on the control of the availability of these compulsory contracts, and some measures on road and road control and equipment on the traffic, which increased the discipline of drivers, and also changes in the bonus-malus system, which made it more risk sensitive. Now I want to talk a little bit about the Bureau, which is established, as I told, in 2010 according to law. Bureau is self-regulated organization, which board of which includes representatives of central bank, road police, and insurance companies, and public organization for the protection of consumer and drivers' rights. The objectives of Bureau are protecting injured parties' interest, ensuring stability and development of motor insurance system. The main functions of Bureau are the following: adopting professional and operational rules for its members in the field of CMTPLI, overseeing regulation of activities of companies and other market participants, establishing of minimum insurance premium, bonus-malus system, management of the information system and guarantee fund, and organization of secondary expertise in the field of fault, damage, and so on. The next topic which I want to cover is the accident registration and compensation. Accident registration is done by two ways, which depends on the type of accident. The one way is the simplified process, which is Euro protocol, and the second is standard process. In case of simplified process, accident registration is done by drivers by mutual agreement, and in a standard process, registration is made by police relevant staff, and in both cases the damage and fault evaluation made by independent experts, except for the fault in simplified process, because the fault is, as I mentioned, decided by agreement of two parties. But in any case, the final decision is made by insurance company. In case of simplified process, the documentation used is the agreed declaration and relevant photos. In standard process, accident protocol scheme and photo are made by police and recorded by police. Then the information is inputted to the information system called ASFA. Accident registration methods in simplified process are two main methods, paper registration and online registration. In case of paper registration, the maximum amount of compensation should be no more than 250 USD. In online registration, twice more. And accident notifications are sent in online registration automatically, and notification is not required by the parties involved in accident. In case of paper registration, during 40 minutes, the parties should inform insurance company by call about the accident. This is the form of paper declaration. It's not translated because it is not translated, but presented here for the visual understanding. Just the paper form of declaration and other paper work during the simplified process are just additional or complementary opportunities, because everything is done by through information system. Everything is registered and carried out digitally. So this is as alternative method, paper declaration, which consists of 2 pages. One page. The second page is for instructions, and the first page consists of 2 parts, and information is provided for each party of the accident, including the date, time, and identification number of drivers and vehicle. Paper registration can be used if in the collision involved 2 vehicles only, and there is no personal injury. The agreed declaration cannot be appealed further, and maximum amount in spite of the actual amount of damage cannot exceed the established number which I mentioned before. And it's filled out in 1 copy and given to a non-guilty party. The filling of declaration should be done in the place of the accident, and here are the data that should be filled out in the paper declaration. Place, date, and some information about the vehicle, driver, and so on. After signing declaration, no corrections are allowed. In case of online declaration, date, time of accident is inputted manually or automatically. Place of accident also can be taken from the GPS for the location, or also filled out manually. Photo of registration certificate, the driver's license need to be done, which system recognizes and keeps and telephone number of participants of accident, photos of mutual locations, and injured parties of vehicles. After the confirmation, of this declaration during 50 minutes. ASFA system sends automatic electronic notification to parties, insurance companies, and also to bureau if for one of the participants there is no agreement. This is how ASFA mobile application look like in case of online registration, which can be found in App Store or through the link in ASFA website. The single window, which is the information of operating system of the MTPL insurance in Armenia, was created since 2014, which provide more functionality than former Unified Information Register. And this system used for all market participants, including central bank, bureau insurance companies, experts, policyholder, repair companies. In 2017, the first underwriting module was launched. In 2020, the other modules. This is the structure and interconnections of the system. The system includes the following modules and sub-modules: policy signing, bonus-malus calculation, registration, fault determination, damage evaluation, compensation, reporting modules. And it is interconnected with road policy information system, population registry, database of registry of legal entities, and for accounting purposes, information system of companies. These are more the main benefits of the system, which are maybe benefits for all kind of digitalized system: tracking, monitoring, standardization of the processes, the cost reduction, better. I need 5 more minutes. Better quality of reporting. And these are the recent development. This is the premium revalorization from the April 1, 2023. According to these changes, I can show you the results of their impact on average premium. As soon as we pass to liberalized premium calculation, we can see that average premium dropped a little bit, about 4 or 5%, which somehow we expected, because the calculation based on statistical data showed that it can happen. And a couple of words about the complaint system. We have primary expertise, which takes maximum 10 days, but usually no more than 5 days, because 10 days is used for in exceptional cases. In case of not agreeing with the results of fault or damage, additional secondary expertise can be required. The second one is ordered through the bureau, or financial system or mediator can be included in the process. And finally, available the court application. These are again statistical data of the expertise. We can see that fault expertise is usually much less than damage, because in most cases 2 parties agree on the fault, and they do not require any fault expertise. And this is the last slide about the future developments plans. The first is online registration of accident by police. Now police uses paper registration, which are later in a couple of days downloaded in the system, but we are planning to use the tablets by police, which are in the process of testing now, and the information about registered accident will be automatically included in the system. Also, we are planning the automatic generation of bank accounts for compensation to be sent to relevant injured party account. Connection with e-health system and system of investigating authorities for personal injuries cases, and the standardization and automation of fault and damage expertise, and finally with the marketplace for repair and trading companies for spare parts, which will make easier and more transparent damage evaluation and process of repairment of injured cars. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please do not hesitate.
Thank you. The next 2 hours we have a panel discussion. Mart Jesse is moderator. I asking a member of the panel discussion if it is possible finish for 30 minutes, because after that we have a lunch. Thank you. The members of panel discussion is Vaginiak Yagizaryan, Iman
Vaginyak Igizaryan, Omarov Ruslan, Imanjanov, Aybekov Aydos.
Trying to push on the pedal now in order to speed it up and to get you off the room and to lunch. We have had quite a lot of discussions around digitalization and experience of many nations. The word has been coming up left and right. There have been different organizations, different countries exchanging their views, how things have happened and what has worked, what has not worked. Most of the discussions have been focusing on international experience. However, now we have the pleasure of focusing on mostly on Kazakhstan issues and problems and the future. And we have a very good guest from Armenia joined us as well. So, dear panelists, let's start with the first question in general. That digitalization has been seen often as an opportunity. However, when customers are going digital, is it the question of rather, instead of opportunity, the question of survival of insurance company? What do you think? Who wishes to start? Aidas, for example. Let's start with you.
Hello, dear colleagues. I think I'm the only representative of the life insurance company. So, because we talk more about the car insurance, so I just wanted to say that we are in insurance right now because the general insurance companies are in a different, so we see the tendency for digitalization, and the life insurance companies, they are in the active stage of digitalization right now. We can divide this into 2 processes. It's the entering agreement and the payouts. In terms of agreements, the current infrastructure, we have the centralized database for the access to personal data, the remote biometrics. It allows us to totally switch our channels to online. to make them remote, to make them digital. I think the general insurance companies don't have problems here because the infrastructure really allows to do this process. As a Half-Life company, we already digitalized everything, our website, our internal web poll. It's the application of partners, our partners, and we see a huge benefit here. We decreased our operational expenses. We increased conversion in sales. So you asked, how much is it survival kind of mode? So yeah, in terms of sales of voluntary insurance, it's harder to sell those. It's not like the customer seeking them is looking for it. So sometimes it takes financial consultation from the insurance consultation company. So you need to have 2-3 meetings with the client to explain the benefits, to explain the pluses of insurance protection, and answer all the questions. So right now in our portfolio we have a lot of clients who live not in the cities but in the small towns. So without the remote information center, we lost a lot of clients. For example, our consultants, they talked with the client, they agreed that they will sign an agreement, but when he was collecting the documents, then by the time they had a meeting, the client maybe changed his mind, maybe he already spent the money. So our conversion was 60% for hot clients who agreed to the agreements. Thanks to the digital poll, we reached the conversion is about 100%. So we converted those clients who agreed, and then we sold the policies to them. So there's no problem in digitalizing the sales channels. I think we have the problems. The problem is about with the payouts, with the insurance payouts. When the claim happens, when the insurance occurrence happens, when the death happens, depending on the type of event, the client, to confirm the insurance payout, he needs to provide around 5-7 documents, types of documents, about 15-20 documents, depending on the event. But it's different notices, doctor's notices, disability notices, professional notes, employers notes, social payments notes, so medical notes, so lots of different notes. In all this data, the insurance companies can get from the state basis. We don't have to rush the client to do it. So we can get this data from 2 sources. It's a Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Healthcare. And we already see the light at the end of the tunnel. We think that by the end of the year, the insurance companies will have access to those bases. But in terms of death data about the passing of people, we need to ask the insurance market, not only those insurance agents who do life insurance. We need the medical information. I'm sorry that I'm talking too long, but I just want to focus on the fact that we as market, we need to solve this issue first, to provide the getting data from the Ministry of Healthcare and other state agencies to make sure that the digitalized way is open for customers.
Thank you. It's very evident that the life side has way more problems than non-life. Reflection from non-life side, who is I'm going to limit it only to one answer, who is really wishing to express the opinion. Yeah.
Раз, два.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So, speaking of digitalization, whether we are digitalized, whether the sector is digitalized, we are all in digitalized format. Of course, we all have smartphones. Of course, the industry needs to do something about it. And whether the regulator is behind digitalization, yes, maybe it's behind. So all the things that the regulator need to catch up on, he needs to catch up on this. There are many things that even looking at the banking industry, the regulator really makes late decisions. And in the insurance industry, it's the same happens. If we talk about the online insurance, we don't have any competition there. We're talking about the online insurance, and we can give away policies on the websites. Why can't we do it through brokers, through other channels? So there are some restrictions, limitations that are made up, sort of, because there is a development of remote identification, there is a development of anti-fraud direction. We need to cancel all those things, and we need to bring it to the market so that the insurance organizations would speed up the process of driving new things in the sector. And the development, it's all about the development of the organizations. If you look at the regulators, you will think that it's slow, that it's moving slow. That's it for me.
Thank you very much for this. Let's move to the next one. You were slightly talking about introducing already to the question of like challenges or the obstacles of the market in order to continue with the digitalization journey. So there are challenges regarding digitalization, as we already witnessed today, the technical one. But there are way more challenges. That says like human resources, regulations. What do you feel like as the most three pressing challenges that you have in the market? Maybe you can continue with that.
So what kind of challenges, top three challenges we have for digitalization in the market? I think I will agree with Ruslan that our market, unfortunately, if we looked at it generally, it's going towards digitalization thanks to regulators. When the regulator just started making efforts in the digitalization of policies, what did we do? We integrated the centralized database with the state databases, so two databases. Then we integrated Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the police patrolling. We're able to track the policy availability based on the plate numbers. So this small step allowed to increase the penetration of mandatory insurance from 50 to 90%. So in 2024 we will have online payouts as the Euro protocol. We already mentioned this. So I think it's the initiative of the regulator. The market, unfortunately, market itself is not initiating this, but I think it's hard to blame the insurer that we're not doing digitalization. Digitalization, sometimes it's expensive. As a freedom representative, it's expensive. Secondly, I think the insurance sector maybe doesn't have the idea that the banks have. For example, when the banks go to a state sector, they say, give us integration, give us data. The state bodies do this. They give information. I don't know any insurance organization that has direct integration with the state bodies, because the insurance agencies did not get through technical certification, accreditation. So it takes some work. It takes some investments in the development. And where do we take this money from? It's either direct investments of the investors, for example, shareholders, or it's the direct investments from the equity capital of the companies. But as we know, the insurance agencies, they direct their capital in different things. So they take risks, the risk appetites increase, so we cannot say that someone's slowing down digitalization. So I think it depends on the objective of the shareholders. If the insurance company or the shareholders, they see the future in digitalization, then we are going there. So going back to the first question, whether it's a possibility or challenge, I think it's a possibility rather than a challenge, because through integration, through cooperation with different participants of the market, we decreasing the expenses of the operations, and we are significantly improving the client's journey. For example, in 2002 we launched online payouts, online payments, so we are paying 14 times faster than our competitors. So that's what I wanted to add. So,
Good afternoon, colleagues. Azamat sort of said good job to the regulator twice, so I'm not going to repeat him. Over the past 2 years with the regulator, the insurance market has been working very, very closely, because historically the situation was different. It was actually quite challenging. And thanks to that, and then also the market is moving, they have this understanding with the regulator. Thanks to that, we are observing quite fascinating, interesting things. I have been listening to our international colleagues for the past 2 days. And I must say, actually, we are even ahead of some of our international colleagues, despite the fact that we are maybe at the same level digitalization-wise. But apart from these good things that are happening in the insurance industry, I mean, today it has been mentioned already, what we always say, the insurance industry, these voluntary types, they're not bought, they're sold. But even if we come up with a fantastic sort of level of digitalization, and if we go far ahead in that direction, then still we will have a lot of people who will not buy anything, insurance certificates. And professionalism of the insurance industry, the way they work with people, only these things will actually enable us to develop. Digitalization is just an additional sort of direction, an additional opportunity, let me put it that way. Because for any citizen, we sort of conduct these surveys, and then if it's, easy to buy, I don't know, a kettle through an application, you will not be able to buy an insurance certificate that easily. The only thing that you must sell, obviously, is your auto insurance. According to the law, we have tariffs, rates, etc. But voluntary types, if we talk about property, something else, we need to talk to them, and then people need to read these contracts, etc., etc. Also, there are huge problems. There are companies that are way ahead digitalization-wise, but they are kind of stuck. They've reached their ceiling, and even if the agency does something, again, it's still challenging. There are other government agencies that, for some unknown reason, do not enable the market to develop further. And we've been discussing these issues with the regulator, with the agency. They're listening to us, but then they have their own kind of laws and stuff like that, and they sort of are not allowing the insurance market to grow further. Let me give you a couple of examples. Number one, let's talk about this beneficiary ownership. For example, I am a large company. I have a lot of major clients and customers. So I need to go to my shareholder, to the beneficiary. I need to ask them for my data. Why? Because this is a legal entity. We have this general director, the chairperson, etc. So these issues, they need to be resolved. If we talk about digitalization of legal entities, how can we talk about that if it's going to be a violation? If we talk about individuals, today, right now, I can buy my lunch at the price of 2,000 tenge, and they will bring it to me through Glovo, Yandex, whatever. But I will not be able to buy an insurance certificate. Why? We are over-regulated. For me to buy an insurance certificate for 2,000 tenge, this poor company needs to go through all these procedures and processes. They need to make sure I'm not a terrorist. So they need to comply with all these formalities. There are world global standards, but if I buy this insurance certificate for 2,000 tenge, say, to insure my property for 1 month, I need to go through all these identification processes. If I want to insure my mother, I will need to get my mother's data. I cannot give away this insurance certificate for free. So there are certain things that slow us down. I mean, I do understand these terrorist issues and, I mean, other legal requirements, but I think they need to be simplified. Because otherwise we won't be able to do anything digitalization-wise if we keep having all these obstacles that slow us down, because tomorrow they will penalize us, the insurance market, if we overlook something, if we do not comply with some requirements, etc. Obviously, if a terrorist pays money to us, we are regulated as an insurance company, and then the regulator will check sort of to make sure we comply with everything. Now, payouts are easy. We can check, verify our client, not when we get money from them, but when we pay things out to them.
Thank you for this, and maybe Armenian feedback. Do a lot of words come to comment to you? How you have living through the life?
I want to come from the first question about the digitalization. Digitalization is an unavoidable process now in all fields of our life, in economy, in social aspects, and of course in companies, business organizations. It can allow to be more prepared to customer requirements by analysis of databases and having designed the products which are suitable to customers and which will help for customer retention and having new customers. It is essential for the efficiency, cost reduction, but there are a number of issues with digitalization. First of all, it's security problems, saving of personal data, which can have impact on overall society and customers, the trust from the customers towards business. And also it's important to take into account the human's behavior, because, for example, staff or customers sometimes do not understand the results of digitalization, and it can have adverse effect, for example, on your staff if they consider it as a mean of, for example, redundancies because of less need for the for manual work. So the information should be provided to staff, to customers in a proper way to let them understand the benefits of digitalization. And also, if on the one hand, digitalization provides the efficiency, but through the standardization, on the other hand, it can suppress some of the creativity. For example, humans' creativity in any aspect. So this process has like two sides which can be taken into account, and also finally the problem of financing and supporting of services when you go into the digitalization. Otherwise you can have problem.
Thank you. But before wrapping up, last question only to insurance companies now. We have heard quite good words towards the regulator and the supervisor and the government, and we have also heard words regarding obstacles that are there. Most of us,
sorry, time is finished. Yeah. Is it possible?
Yes, I was about to limit the speeches within 30 seconds, and actually, as we were already interrupted this way, in order to continue the discussion, I would wish you to keep your minds open and spread your ideas among the fine people that are sitting with us over the lunch. And having said that, I thank you very much, dear panelists, for your thoughts. What we heard is definitely digitalization has very many different aspects of that. For example, for life insurance, it is a different story than to non-life. There are regulatory obstacles, there are obstacles regarding consumer behavior and being not accustomed to buy insurance at all. In order to, as we know, insurance is usually the product that is being sold, not purchased. But regardless of that, digitalization comes, it's unavoidable, and we have to live on with this knowledge and to do the best for the insurance industry to get along with the process. So thank you very much from my side. Dear friends, enjoy the lunch. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Dear participant, we have a lunch, 1 hour. At 2:30 we started our afternoon session. Thank you.
қалған баудан не пайда, жемісін жазда татпаса, шаршап бір келіп жұмыстан саясында жатпаса, жарық күннен не пайда, үйіңде таңың атпаса, бұл өмірде қызық не, қозығың шулап жатпаса. Байлықтан жиған не пайда, артыңда ұрпақ қалмаса, түн ұйқыңды бөлгізген сәбиден қолың талмаса, мен жігіттен не пайда, қолына қару алмаса, елің жарын туғаның дұшпаннан сақтап қалмаса. Аталы ұлдан не пайда, аталы сөзді ұқпаса, арақ ішіп мас болып, үлкенді үлгі тұтпаса, бір туғаннан не пайда, тірлігі оның болмаса, ыстыққа бірге жылынып, суыққа бірге тоңбаса. Ағайыннан не пайда, көр алмай сені күндесе, тәңірдің жалған екенін тірлікте ойлап білмесе, сансыз достан не пайда, жаныңды сенің сезбесе, шындықты бірге іздесіп, қиындыққа төзбесе. Жастық шақтан не пайда, жалында бір жанбаса, айлы түнде қыдырып, махаббатқа қанбаса. Кәріліктен не пайда, қартайып қызық көрмесе, асырап баққан бұл қызын қарызыңды өтеп бермесе. Сұлу қыздан не пайда, ресторан жанын қорласа, доллар үшін әркіммен ар-намысын қорласа. Сұлу жардан не пайда, тірлікпен ісі болмаса, іздеп бір досың келгенде иеліп төсек салмаса. Көп білгеннен не пайда, пайдасыз іште сақтасан, жастарды жиып қасыңа, білгеніңді айтпасан. Бақыттан не пайда, тыңдайтын жан болмаса, білімдіден шыққан сөз жүрекке барып қонбаса. Ойымды жинап келгенде, айтарым саған азамат, мұратыңа жетпесең, жамандыққа бетпесең. Ақыл айтқан адамға өзің білем кетпесең, бұл өмірден не пайда, халқыңа қызмет етпесең.
Dear participant, let us start the afternoon session. I would like to give opportunity to make presentation Kambitbayev Yerlan Bolatovich, Life Insurance Growth Drivers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I see there are fewer people in the room. Allow me, first of all, to congratulate Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund on their 20th anniversary. I would also like to thank them for organizing this forum today, and hopefully this event will become traditional and will be held on a regular basis. As we can see, over the past 6 years in the sector of life insurance, premiums increased fourfold, which is a very good dynamics. But despite these positive dynamics, other indicators such as the ratio of assets or collected premiums to GDP remain at a low level compared to other countries, to developed countries, to countries of Eastern Europe and Western Europe. Therefore, I believe that life insurance has a lot of potential, because we can see that life insurance penetration in Kazakhstan is still quite low. To achieve better penetration and to be able to improve these indicators, life insurance market, this market needs to be stimulated, and also certain growth drivers need to be provided. Insurance, as has been mentioned many times today by the speakers before me and during the panel discussion, in Kazakhstan and in the world traditionally is not bought, but it is sold. And the implementation of insurance products is important, and so sales need to be stimulated. In mandatory insurance, stimulation takes place thanks to legislative measures. In voluntary insurance, stimulation takes place thanks to the insurer. And we can see some great developments in this area this year. The government allowed life insurance companies, together with the banks that took part in the government accumulative system earlier, to include life insurance companies. And we have new products in this area. Those are the so-called voluntary life insurance products subsidized by the government. And so one of the products is the product of the state educational cumulative system. Nomad Life also developed such a product. I'm not going to talk too much about Nomad Bolashak so as to not advertise this product. We see that this product, or this project, has prospects for development, further development, and we propose the following. Two projects should be united, the project of National Fund for the Children and the project of the state cumulative system. The National Fund for Children right now is managed by Odbasi Bank or by the pension fund. So we want KSZ to be more active in the implementation of this product. What will this enable us to do? If this is going to be a partnership, then we will motivate additionally parents and they will invest in education of their children. A collective system will be created, government expenses will go down, and additional insurance protection will be ensured. A week ago, we witnessed the following. The President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, instructed everyone to implement a single cumulative system, Kilishek. Here we have a startup capital that will be provided by the government, and on an annual basis, payouts will be made, and everybody will be equal in the implementation of the Kilishek cumulative system. Also, we propose the following. Further modernization of the pension system should be considered. Right now, the pension system in Kazakhstan is represented by 3 levels of social protection of pensioners. Those are the basic level, the mandatory level that comprises mandatory pension contributions into the pension fund, and the additional, so-called additional pension contributions. In this slide, you will see highlighted the current situation. So we suggest and propose the following. Citizens who have 10% of their income transferred to the single pension fund, they need to be able to transfer some of these contributions to the life insurance system. And life insurance companies will play a more active role in the pension system of our country, and this will enable us to come up with new solutions and new products in this system. Implementation of those proposals will enable us to improve the social protection level of our citizens, and payouts from the single cumulative pension fund will be made during some limited period of time, but in the majority of cases, everything will be paid out before the age of 78. And life insurance is part of another product called pension annuity, and this is done throughout your life. Also, this will enable us to implement a mechanism of additional social protection for citizens. Market competition will also be created as an alternative of managing government funds. Again, pensions will be paid throughout life, and also pensions will be insured at the level of the government and life insurance. As I have said, pension annuities as a product have already earned a good reputation in the market, and you can see the figures and the numbers. Over the first 8 months of this year, according to pension annuity agreements, the agreements were concluded in the amount of 81 billion tenge. So the success of this pension annuity product makes us feel more enthusiastic, and also makes us think about other products where the source of the premium is not only pension contributions. Also, other interesting products can be created that will be sort of connected not only to the national currency but also to other foreign currencies.
For all the initiatives, we want the participation of our Insurance Payment Guarantee Fund, because we believe that the guarantees from the fund will allow to create a high level of trust and guarantees, if we can say so, which will allow to take the personal insurance to a different level. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Almaty. The next presentation will make Rodolfo for foreign experience of development of life insurance company. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you again for coming back. I will be sharing with you the way we have been doing with the World Bank, IMF, Asian Development Bank, and other institutions, an approach to develop insurance in general. Of course, if you want to develop life insurance, you have to adapt a bit. Okay. Basically, there are two very critical aspects whenever you want to do a strategy to develop this sector. The first one is you have to assess barriers that are stopping development. At the same time, you have to identify enablers that help develop the market. That's the first condition. The second one is that you need input, not only for all sectors actually, public, private sector, consumers, think tanks, in order to understand better demand and supply. What we did with other multinational organization development partners is we use a methodology, the W&W Insurance Development Framework, to analyze the enabling environment for insurance to develop. And yeah, I'm sure you have faced this, that some people talk about, well, there are no products. The other talk about the economy is not supportive of long-term investments. But actually what you need is to be able to assess the whole problems at once. And that's what we're trying to do in this framework. We look at 6 areas that are very relevant. Here they are: government policy, social protection policy, unlicensed competition, economic conditions, credibility in insurance, and products. Let me give you an example. Imagine you had a mandatory earthquake insurance introduced in the country. But if the government doesn't enforce this, it's not going to work. Very few people are going to buy. Okay, why they will not buy? Well, maybe they don't trust in insurance, so the credibility could be low. Okay, but some people should be buying that. That's a question about, why they are not buying. But maybe the product is not attractive. It's not attractive because of the amounts, exclusions, whatever. That would be the product attractiveness. Then the price might be too high. Why? Because there are no data. And we know if there is no data, actuaries price higher because they don't want to run additional risk. And by the way, they say, well, if something happens, the government will pay. So this is the social protection access. And the last one is, and if I really want to protect my home, I will buy insurance from a foreign institution. Not the case here, but in many countries, that's what happens. So if you look at government policy, what is relevant is to see what's the interest, the motivation of the government to support development of insurance. And how can they do? They can do with mandatory insurance, imputed insurance, which is something that you're trying to do, taxation, benefit tax benefit for insurance. Social protection. If everything is covered by the government, there is no need for insurance. If all the money for pension goes to Social Security, there is no more money and no more need to buy insurance. Unlicensed competition, not a big issue, but if entities that are not licensed are selling insurance or some form of insurance, there is a high reputational risk, because if there is an event, they will not be able to pay because they are not required to hold capital, etc., etc. Then the economic conditions and other support functions. This is not only purchase power, but it's also inflation. That's a killer of long-term insurance. But you also need data to price properly. You also need legal judicial systems that understand insurance. Then credibility of the insurance sector. That's not only the insurance companies, but also the distribution channels, loss adjusters. And here, the regulator, regulation, supervision plays a very important role. Finally, product attractiveness. The price of the product has to be adapted to the economic conditions of the targeted consumers. And it has to cover real needs, not perceived needs. Sometimes you just push products because you want to sell, but they really don't need. This usually happens in bank assurance in other countries, where they buy, yes, they buy, but they lapse the policy very fast. So the way the analysis has to be done is in the following manner. As a starting point, for each of these areas, you design the ideal environment based on international experience, based on knowledge of the markets, cultural and political and religious preferences of the country. That's how you define the ideal scenario for insurance to develop. The next step is you cannot be too ambitious. Sometimes there are areas that will never happen in the medium term. That's why you reduce this ideal environment to conditions that are realistic to be implemented in the medium term. That's what we call the realistic enabling environment. Then you assess the current existing conditions. How you do this? Questionnaire, interviews, surveys, so you gather a lot of information from all parties. With that, you have an analysis where the country stands with respect to where they could be. And then you can assess the gaps or opportunities for improvement. And you can design a strategic roadmap to close those gaps. You can display this. This is one example. You can see here the assessment of one country. I don't recall which one, but you can see here different. The orange line is the ideal environment. In this case, the realistic and ideal are the same. That's why you only see one curve. The blue one is the assessment of the current state. Here you can see that, for instance, the government policy is in the yellow zone, while, say, economic conditions are in the red, or credibility in the red. Once you do this assessment, you can develop the strategy to bridge those gaps. And what these colors mean is just the urgency needed to. So I'm having the same problems now. Need to move the next one. So if it's in the red zone, action within a year is necessary to improve the situation. If it's in the yellow, probably you need, maybe up to 3 years. In the green area, you don't need really to take action, but it's nice to be aware that this is a condition that needs to be fixed. Next. Move the next one. Okay. Now let's look at a bit about the Kazakhstan situation. And these are some opportunities identified through just working here for many years as a consultant. Well, the government policy introducing imputed insurance, other useful mandatory insurance, very important is useful, the word useful. Introduce a taxation strategy that supports the development, and not only tax benefits, but also premium matching or premium support to encourage long-term. In the US, most companies, if you put money into a life insurance or retirement product, the government or the company will match your contributions. And the last one you cannot see is about encouraging insurers to invest within a climate change mitigating strategy, so that they invest in green bonds or other instruments that will help climate change to be manageable. This is government policy. Let's look at the next one, which is the economic conditions and other support functions. Here you need to have disaster-related models and statistics in order to provide guidance and price for this type of products, and make them available so that insurance companies and other think tanks can look into that. Reinsurers can be willing to take that risk. Then you need to develop a claims database. This will help reduce fraud. Fraud is very costly. In some countries, 30% of the premium goes to pay fraudulent claims. Then you need long-term investment products. And CASE could help develop those investment products that are tailor-made for life insurance companies that have to assume implicit guarantees over longer period of times, implicit guarantees of returns. Then, of course, and you're working on that, you have to keep developing actuaries, risk managers, loss adjusters. Kazakhstan is one of the few countries in the region that has started this initiative very successfully. And you have to protect consumers. And protect consumers not only, okay, company, you have to pay the claim. No, if there is a mis-selling, the consumer should be rewarded or compensate, not only with the claim payment, but with an additional money, like when you are denied to take a flight because it's overbooked, they not only give you the ticket, but they also give you some compensation. The next one is unlicensed competition. Here, you have to pay attention not only to insurance companies, but reinsurers, intermediaries that act in your market without a license. There is always, in every market, shadow insurance activity. For instance, hospital prepaid plans. They are guaranteeing that you will have a service, but this is a type of insurance. But be careful, not the full regulation, but a proportionate regulation is necessary. And also there is need in every country to have access to international products that are not offered in the market. And the regulation should allow a fast track to allow this activity. Then the next area is social protection. This is very critical. When you develop the social protection, please have in mind the role of the insurers. Complement each other. That's very, very critical. The second one is use technology. Technology will reduce cost, reduce fraud, and so on. We had a beautiful session about digitalization. And for the government, when there is a disaster or major events, the government ultimately pays for those cases. And it would be good to consider an index insurance to protect the budget of the government for those situations. So if there is a major event, this index insurance will support the budget of the government. If somebody hasn't have time to recover from a market shock, don't sell them this product. And introduce regulation on the fairness of insurance products. We had a panel on that. And finally, when you look at products that are in the market, the regulation should allow them to operate in the market, innovative products, use some sandbox regulation, protect the consumers, but at the same time allow innovation. And finally, credibility. Well, you need to educate the market. You need to educate consumers. And this is a role not only of regulator, government, but of everybody, the insurance companies and even schools, should be talking about why it's important to have insurance and other financial products. And then there are the IIS core principles, and they are internationally recognized, and they are applicable in every country with, of course, with the adjustment for the development level of the market. So finally, you need to have a risk-based capital regime that, if you have a good run, well-run company that manages risk well, they should be compensated with lower capital requirements. Just to remind you, the two principles guiding any development strategy: assess the barriers that are hindering, why is this not growing, identify enablers, and get input from all the market, all stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rodolfo, for sharing your experience of life insurance. Now, dear participants, we have a panel discussion. Development of life insurance market. Moderator is Amirbaeva Asel. Participants Rodolfo Werham, Vladimir Ignashin, Kamit Tolkbaev, and Mukhtabaev Ayman, and Nadirov Dmitry.
Я вроде Айман Мухтыбаева видела сегодня.
I think I saw Ayman Mukhtabaeva. She had some force majeure situation. So first of all, I would like to know if Vladimir Ignashin is online now. Has he joined us? Is he connected? So let's set him up, and then we will start because we have very little time. So I will be speaking up, so we have very little time. We are a little behind on schedule, but the topic is very serious, of course. So the question, the issue of insurance market development is very important. We devote a lot of time to this, but the penetration in the market is really low. Despite the indicators in the market, the growth is dynamic. I think Rodolfo noticed that the indicators, the amount of insurance agencies, number of life insurance companies, number of premiums, it's really impressive, but there are certain drawbacks, minuses. So We heard a very interesting presentation. I really liked very advanced things. We've done a lot of things, introduced new product to the market, and Nomad Life presented their views. They suggest additional initiatives, I think, that could be discussed. Rodolfo talked about general things about how we should analyze the market on how to satisfy the needs of consumers, starting from macroeconomic, then to the consumers. So, Rodolfo, I have this question for you. Could you give examples, or maybe product, or maybe some case of some country in which maybe you had some extraordinary, crazy explosion of product that can change the direction of how things went? So the suggestion that we heard for pension savings, I definitely know that some countries, they really use this pension funds. They not only use pension funds, but they use banks. Also in China, I know that was very new to stimulate people to put money for pension. They were allowed to open bank accounts, second-tier bank accounts. In many countries did that. So we need to look at the pension system, of course, but this diversification, I think it can happen. Or maybe some other cases of countries where life insurance really blew up, and maybe some example of some country like Kazakhstan.
Okay, thank you, Asel. One example, very interesting example, is from Brazil. They introduced a pension product, and the condition was fully tax benefits, but you had to keep the money for at least 1 year. So if you think about this 1 year, a pension, that's impossible, right? But they started like this because the people were not used to invest for the future. So, but when they heard, oh, 1 year, no tax, some extra returns, so they put their money there. After that, they said, after 1 year, they said, now you have to keep the money 2 years to get all these benefits. And so on. Now, after 10 years, 15 years, it's a huge market. Huge pension market, and it's a real pension market because you only get the benefits if you keep the money at least 10, 15 years, something like that. So you have to educate your consumers to benefit from life. One other comment before I go back to you, which is, this morning I said insurance, and we know all that is just a promise. And the problem with promises is if you don't remind them all the time, they begin to forget that it is going to happen. It's like in a marriage, you promise you love them, but if you don't say every month, I love you, the things go wrong, right? Same in insurance. If you don't keep contact with your consumer, if you don't show them some benefits, they will lapse the policy, they're not interested. And so that's what I share at this moment. Thank you, Asa.
Thank you, Rodolfo. Indeed, we do have problems with long-term insurance types. Even pension annuity was reduced to 2 years. And unfortunately, that's the practice. Every 2 years, clients, customers, they do not see themselves in long-term schemes. They want money right here, right now, and this is something customers want. And that's why maybe this product gradually turned into a product whereby a client basically transfers their funds from company to company and do this cashback thing, and this somehow perhaps undermined the credibility of this product. And of course, this proposal that has been mentioned does exist, and I think it's very important now for us to be able to adopt the right approach, to do our homework as far as pension annuity is concerned. And for such products, I think instead of cashback, I think it would be better if we could provide perhaps medical insurance things, products for free. Now we're joined by Ignatian, Mr. Ignatian. He works with many life insurance companies, reinsurers, etc. As far as I know, Vladimir will share his experience with us. Medical insurance also is obviously part of life insurance. And today, this morning, we talked about how companies get ready to offer unique products with some specific unique features. And I know in this area, Vladimir has some really good experience. And I think he'll be happy to share information about unique medical insurance products. Those are socially kind of focused products, and then also perhaps they will help us to improve this credibility in the market if the market starts offering more medical insurance products in light of all these critical diseases and illnesses. Over to you, Vladimir. Hello. Asteli, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can. Yes, we can. I would like to congratulate, obviously, the organizers of this event on this huge anniversary. I would like to wish you further development and prosperity. I would also like to say thank you to the previous speaker. I saw Rudolfo's presentation. They have such an interesting structural approach. Any development requires preliminary analysis and planning and preparation. And of course, I'm guessing certain stimulation from the government and other interested parties also needs to take place. Parties or agents, I'm not sure. I have been working in this market for about 30 years now, and I witnessed the establishment of many insurance markets. And of course, first of all, those markets were located in those countries that appeared after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Also, it's quite interesting to observe how insurance markets are developing in Russia, the Baltic states, and Kazakhstan, of course. And of course, each country has its own unique way and journey. There are no templates, and you cannot give recommendations or tips in this area. Moreover, some products, and I know that in Kazakhstan now there is this new product unit link, and it's a very interesting product, the way it is developing in different countries. Let's take three countries, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Those are the countries that have perhaps the same mindset. Nevertheless, in Lithuania and Estonia, this product was very popular, but in Latvia, people preferred more traditional products. If we take developed countries such as Germany, obviously it's a country where if there is a product with a guaranteed income level, such products are usually more popular than unit link. But in light of all recent developments, economic developments, and interest rates being lowered, and also in light of regulatory impact, certain requirements here make companies to kind of go away from life insurance products. Germany obviously now is pressured. They want it to say no to guaranteed income level products. So let me take advantage of this example and say that Kazakhstan's journey in life insurance has already been in place for some time. In 2007, life insurance companies started to work in Kazakhstan, and so it'll take some time for Kazakhstan to sort of go through these development stages, and we will, I'm guessing, see what this will lead to. Asil also mentioned critical illnesses insurance products. And we think that we should pay attention to such products. All life insurance companies actually should pay close attention to them in all countries. The history of this product is quite new, recent, maybe about 40 years ago this product appeared for the very first time. In some countries it was more popular. In Germany, for example, it's not that popular, but in Holland actually it's quite popular. People buy it. In the Anglo-Saxon countries it's relatively popular. What's interesting is that in Asian countries it is quite popular, and those are countries who border with Kazakhstan. Also, this product is popular in China. As far as I know, this product is sold in China as a medical insurance product. But the basic product, I think, has more to do with life insurance, because here we're talking about the one-off payout. In Russia, over the past few years, this product was popular, whereby payouts were made in the form of medical services, so to speak. So if someone falls sick and they needed a very expensive operation, this operation, insurance companies paid for this operation, and even further medical treatment was also paid for by insurance companies. The so-called TPA was also paid for by these companies. It's an interesting product, and it's a promising product. As I have said, in Kazakhstan's neighboring countries, this product has been quite popular, so we do need to pay attention to it. And I urge everyone to pay attention to that product. I'm not sure how much time I have, but I think that's all that I wanted to share with you. Our company has been reinsuring this product for a long time. We have gained some experience. We do reinsurance of critical diseases. Actually, we do that in Kazakhstan. I cannot say that this product is popular as in Kazakhstan. As we all know, there aren't any life insurance products that are popular from the get-go, as we say. Obviously, you need to sell your product. Before you are able to sell your product, you need to popularize it. So I would like to urge everyone to try and promote it more, popularize this product more, not only the cumulative insurance products, but also other products. I do have some slides that I prepared, but I won't be able to share them with you, I think, now. But I did look at the demographic situation of Kazakhstan, and I must say that Kazakhstan has a very good demographic pyramid, and it looks like a classic sort of Christmas tree. And the birth rate is quite good, 3.3 children per one woman, which is quite a very good birth rate compared to 2.7 in other countries. So 3.3 is a very good birth rate. And so, as experience of other countries shows, this will not last forever. You do have a very good, favorable demographic situation, and so you need to think about your future. And it's great that the speakers today mentioned pension annuity products and other products. That's great. It's a shame that here the period is only 2 years, because pension insurance sort of has longer periods. Pension insurance and other cumulative insurance types will enable us to have this safety cushion, as we say, for the population, for the country, and for the economy. And that will allow us to sort of dampen possible unfavorable changes in the demographic situation going forward. That's it from me. Thank you. If you have questions, you can send them to me in your messages. Thank you, Vladimir. I think from outside, I think you perhaps have a better picture. Reinsurers, insurance, they don't want to cover such risks. The regulator has this opinion whereby they think that the market is moving or moves forward only where there's an easy flow of money. And we do have this mandatory employee insurance, we have pension annuities, again, unit link. We used it and came up with a rule. We also have Nomad Life. They were the first company that received a management license. We have other cons products. Perhaps our market needs to pay more attention to the following. Life insurance should develop sort of relying on some simple needs of us, of human beings. If you have money and if you can kind of save them, go ahead. But we do need to look closer into our customers' needs. Medical insurance, as Yerlan Burabayev has said earlier today, with the reform of mandatory social insurance, it kind of is not in a good condition, but government support doesn't cover those risks that insurance companies could cover. And it's a very fascinating field. And to diversify portfolios of life insurance companies, I think they need to take a closer look at these products. And they also need to look closer not only at their corporate clients, but also they need perhaps to come up with a wider, broader range of products. Thank you very much, Vladimir. We will now move on to a presentation, to the presentation prepared by Nomad Life. It's such an interesting challenge for the regulator and for everybody else. We raised issues many times relating to how we sort of had problems because of this pension annuity product. We looked into how we need to sort of correct, so to speak, or put right the system of pension annuity in Kazakhstan. So people need to have this option for annuities with termination, without termination. Nurbek, this question is for you. You have been working in life insurance for a long time now. You are an actuary. You work in a large company as the deputy chairperson. So tell us, what do you think about the following? How can the existing products be expanded? Is that sort of your final position, whereby we need to make a lot of efforts? It's just that I feel like people are saying, give us more. And also another question, are there any other prospects going forward, or what are the obstacles that we will need to overcome to develop life insurance? Perhaps what we said earlier today is true. We need to go away from regulating such products.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, pension annuity. It's a product that has been in the market for more than 15-20 years. We remember when we were selling the first pension annuity, and we were chasing after clients for 3-4 months. We explained what an insurance agency was. There was no trust back then. They didn't know whether it was national pension fund or it was something else. They didn't know, but there were some cases when we had to pay big single payments, but then it was standardized. Now pension annuity is basically a people over 50, everybody knows about this, and they kind of understand what it's about. In 2021, we had some surplus, and we were able to do it because people took certain money from the pension funds, but we now see good tendency. We get new clients. The dynamics is very positive. The market versus last year has grown 50%, so dynamics is growing. As for unit link, it's an interesting product, but for unit link you need time to get there. I think it's a product when the market is growing is good, but you explain this to everybody and it gives advantage to the insurance agency versus banks. But competing with the same banks when the interest rates is 17.5, in tenge we can offer 8, taking into account that we take his risk. Even we cannot take 7 or 8%. So the availability of this product is a problem. Then the insurance agency compared to banks, we still feel the problem with trust. We have less trust, even though we offer better conditions in foreign currency. But the population is willing to keep money in the bank, or they keep 1% in a foreign currency. So in that regard, we think that when banks promote or when they offer deposits, they say they give state guarantees. We cannot say we offer these guarantees. They say banks guaranteed by state, but right now we have pension annuity and GONS, but versus state guarantee, we also state that GONS, it's a state, is guaranteed by state, but we need to explain to people, we need to raise awareness. So we have agents, personnel, we train them, but of course we want to have certain information support, so that they don't get information only from one window, but from many. Right now we see the product that was offered, the medical insurance. Yes, this product is interesting. But we face some bad selection. The people who want to buy, very few people want to buy this, and we get into anti-selection. We don't get selected, but the product is very interesting, I think. So that's the trend currently. Thank you. Thank you, Nurlanbek. The ideas about guarantee of pension, I already discussed this on different platforms, and there were different opinions. On the one hand, we understand that the banks, they have guarantees for all deposits, of course up to a limit, but the annuity insurance, if we set certain limits, because otherwise it will be a kind of loose situation. for the shareholders. So, and we thought whether we need to guarantee everything, if this responsibility is on shareholders, and it's about the financial stability, they're all connected. But there should be some guarantee. There should be some guarantees for limitation. And this was one of the topics at this forum. So we need to think about this. Yesterday we were discussing this, the expansion of guarantees of payments. I think the life insurance is in a very active stage right now. The interest rates have been reconsidered, and I'm happy that the market is approving of this. And together we see that it's a big part to improve the trust to the insurance business. Then I would like to introduce Dmitry, our speaker. He's the chairman of the European insurance company. At one point they refused those products because they had some political risks, and they refused some license. They refused to do annuity insurance. They terminated their license. They focused on bank insurance. So, except for bank insurance, you have some clients. You have a status of international company. I wanted to ask, what kind of points of growth do you see in terms of working with clients, in terms of service that you offer to clients? Because I think your company has international experience, and the fact that you don't follow other companies' way, the other companies do a lot of mandatory insurance. So I would like you to share this experience. Thank you, dear participants. We were talking about the critical illnesses. I think that it's a very good product because it can be mixed with the medical health voluntary insurance, because health insurance usually it excludes very critical illnesses, those illnesses which can be covered in critical illnesses. So as a point of growth, as an area of growth, it can be very interesting product. But the insurance companies, they sell these products, but the most successful factor is post-sales maintenance. But because the consumers, they have complaints about the insurance agencies in terms of getting insurance payouts. They say they sold it well, but to get a payout, there are certain issues. And we think that it would be advisable, and we already mentioned this, it would be good to have some integration with the government databases, namely DAMU database, the controlled by Ministry of Health. In our business, as we spend a lot of efforts operationally, and our clients spend a lot of efforts to provide certain medical documents confirming diagnosis, illness, and today the medical organizations, they provide these documents not always in a very timely, efficient way, and not in a high quality. And we understand if we had access to DAMU or to social service centers, we would be able to get the data on the update of the illness, on the progress of the illness, and we would exclude the fraud, because we face a lot of fraud. So getting access to that medical health, we would be able to see whether this event is real or it's not. And the critical illnesses, because oncological diseases, it's one of the diseases, one of the directions that is covered by the critical illness category. It's under the control of the state. If a person in Kazakhstan, if he was diagnosed with oncological illness, by having access to the state database, would be able to get information about the diagnosis that our insured person got. So I think that's the main areas of growth that we see. As we've said, the medical insurance is developed very well. I think in the market we can get to a different model of insurance if we had access to the database. And by that I mean that medical insurance right now in Kazakhstan is serves as a service company, more not the real insurance, because insurance company, they do some assistance, they provide some service, and the consumers choose the insurance company based on how this service is built, which is not a classical insurance. So by having the information about the diagnosis, we would be able to give a compensation to clients for their expenses and costs, and it would not be limited by the insurance agency, and they could choose medical institution, pay doctors that he would see fit for his treatment of this or that illness. And the role of insurance company would be to compensate the medical expenses. And once again, it's important to have the access to the correct database, because very often when the document are formed by the medical institution, sometimes you're not sure about the legitimacy of these documents. So the system of payouts, it could give the growth of sales, the critical illness insurance, and other types. Thank you very much, Dmitry. You as a company who is like 2-3 years ahead, because you timely understood the nature of what mistakes to avoid and so on. So what you pay attention to, I think it's one of these areas of growth. I completely support it. I think we need to integrate this with Ministry of Healthcare. We need to work closely with them, because we have a huge project with the Ministry of Health. And I think that for the life insurance and for the medical insurance in general, I think so it would be very advisable, would be very beneficial in case of underwriting. So thank you. I think it's interesting that you pointed out that our assistance is different. 15 years ago, there were many companies that were just compensating expenses for medical expenses, and that the national banks, they had some big programs. It was easy, but right now I don't see that it's very convenient now. Maybe I'm not using the medical insurance actively, but I think previously it was very comfortable. I remember Askak company that Askak worked. Those companies, they didn't have big assistance, but they were able to sell classical medical insurance. Right now, we have these assistance programs. Maybe OSMS system changed us. Maybe some shares went into different direction. So that's the point of growth that we discovered thanks to Vladimir, who is ready to take these risks. And I think the market shouldn't be afraid because there are some reinsurance agencies that is willing to work with these projects. I would like to give the floor to Gollum because for over 20 years he's worked in the insurance business. He worked in the general insurance. He worked in expert. He worked in life insurance companies. Life insurance and state companies, I think Gollum has a very clear picture of the of insurance business, of how it developed, and he saw many mistakes, many missed opportunities. Maybe you have some vision, maybe you can share your experience of life insurance. First, I would like to thank the insurance guarantee fund. I'd like to thank all the participants, speakers, for sharing their knowledge and experience. So, to answer your question, I think in Kazakhstan we have two state insurance companies, and I happened to work in both of them, and I work in a private insurance organization. I want to say that private insurance capital is being developed, and it developed to such extent when the participation of the government in the development is not needed. These companies such as Casa Expert, it will not be an insurance organization, it will become a full-fledged expert credit agency, and it will be out of the regulation of insurance. The state annuity company played a huge role. It was created by the order of the government in 2004. They got their license in 2005. They played their role at one point. It realized the norm for stabilization of insurance market. One of the insurance agencies, KSG, they went bankrupt, and they were guarantor for the mitigation of this bankruptcy. But today they have less than 1% of share. It means that the private insurance capital is being developed, and because of that law, I would like to point out the role of this insurance payment guarantee fund and the role that they're playing. This fund, it's the main stabilizer of the insurance market. What does it mean? It's the guarantor that makes sure that all the obligations are met and all the risks are covered, because IPGF, it guarantees the payouts and the pension annuity. And today we already mentioned the need for expansion of guarantee payment fund, and I support this initiative. And I'm sure that to promote the insurance market, the insurance product, it's important for the consumers to give the message that in case of emergency, for example, bankruptcy, there is a fund that can provide in social areas the fulfillment of this obligation. I truly support it. And one more thought, that the fund should become the only stabilizer, so that people have the understanding that we have this fund and it's the only one that is responsible for that direction. Second thought, and I will try to mention it briefly, the fund should expand its area of work. I think it needs to become the leader in integration for training of insurance market. I will give you a simple example. In our insurance market, we have huge need in actuaries, in actuary specialists. We have a lack of those specialists. A master's degree was not available in the bank anymore. They did not do such program. And when you don't have professional systemic education of actuary specialists, there is a huge dependency on those specialists to do this training. The main reason is a lack of funding, expensive tuition, and duration. To be able to go through that training, you need more than 1 year, I think 5 to 7 years, to be able to go from zero to a specialist. This year, based on Narhos University, we created a good course for the actuaries. It was funded by the insurance agency. So to make sure that it continues based on the Narhos University, it's important that this fund, our guarantee fund, becomes the source of financing for that. And all the participants and the shareholders, it's not a commercial non-profit organization. So in its functionality, it will serve a very important mission and important role as the education promoter. It doesn't want to get profit, it just wants to increase capitalization, and it has to be the stabilizer of the market. So I want you to remember that thought, because begging, we cannot underestimate the role of the guarantee fund in this direction. And thirdly, I think the insurance payment guarantee fund can create a self-regulating organization. We've talked a lot about this. We could create it on the base of the association, but there is always issue of financing. I think in the future we need to think about this to make sure that the fund takes responsibility for the role of self-regulating organization. That's the thoughts that I want to share.
Thank you very much, Gollum. It's great to hear that these proposals are put forward by representatives of the market. The authorized agency does not think that human capital is one of the most important things for the development of the industry, and obviously actuaries play a very important role in this area. We as the agency are very grateful. For the very first time, we were able to open a new program, and it's even more popular than that of the National Bank. We offer 18 grants from insurance companies. Hopefully next year more companies will join us, and Golim said that this needs to be a tradition. Perhaps at the board of directors of the fund, together with our shareholders, we do need to take a closer look into this, so that we have this program that will allow us to train actuaries. If you saw the training law, I mean, right now we have 2 universities that have agreements contracts with the agency, and if we have these programs for actuaries, courses for them, we would be very grateful. And also if we set up other training programs and courses whereby future actuaries receive their certificates and then are able to work, that would be great. A lot depended on the master's program provided by the National Bank. But now life has shown us that we cannot rely on one training sort of agency. Perhaps universities now can join us and they can open courses that will train actuaries. This is very important. Thank you, Galan, for raising this issue. As for the system of
видов страхования тоже полностью
guarantee and the
поддерживаем. Мы
expansion
здесь
of
это
types
всё
of insurance,
озвучили.
we do
И то,
support
что
this proposal
сейчас
completely.
фонд гарантирования
Also,
это гарант
fund now
в том числе для
basically
доверия, повышения доверия.
guarantees
Я тоже считаю,
that
что в свое время
trust and
государство очень
confidence
много сделало, не только с точки
increase.
зрения продуктов,
The
мы даже
government has
создали
done a
государственную
lot.
компанию для того, чтобы
We even set up
аннуитетную
a
компанию для
government
того, чтобы эти
company, state-owned
продукты
company,
получили такую
so that
популяризацию.
we're able to
Государственная
promote
аннуитетная компания
and
действительно
popularize these
справилась с
products,
этим.
and the government
Первые
annuity company
аннуитетные
actually did a very
договора
good
были
job.
именно там
First
заключены.
annuity
Все компании
contracts were
подхватили
signed
этот тренд.
by
Сейчас
that
мы будем
company,
проводить
and
работу
everybody
по
then followed
совершенствованию этого
the
продукта,
example.
будем вводить
Now we'll be
опционность
working on improving
для
the
того,
quality of this
чтобы
product.
все-таки люди, которые понимают страхование
People who
жизни и
understand
хотят
life insurance,
долгосрочно
people
получать
who
хорошую
want
доходность
to
и
some
видят это все
good
на
yields, so to
долгосрочной
speak, and they
основе, мне кажется, надо
see
будет
that this
проработать
will be
этот
possible
вопрос
long term. So for them, I think we need to look
Я уже
into
так
those
подытоживаю.
optionality things
Мы
of
видим точку
annuity
роста
products,
в
and I'm
медицинском
wrapping our
страховании,
session
в
up.
том числе
Also,
критических заболеваний.
medical
Была идея
insurance,
даже у
critical
меня такая,
diseases,
что может
all
быть
those areas also
страхование
need to be looked
туристов
at.
и медицинское
Perhaps we should also
страхование
look
надо,
at the following:
скажем,
medical
отобрать у
insurance and
отрасли общего
tourism
страхования и
insurance.
передать отрасли
Perhaps
страхования
should
жизни,
be
чтобы тоже
moved
это
to
стало
life
толчком.
insurance.
Но
So
этот
that
вопрос
this gives an
не
impotence
проработан
to
еще,
everybody
конечно.
else. Obviously,
Это просто
that
как идея,
has
которая
not been
имеет место быть озвученной.
finalized. This is
Поэтому
just an idea
это тоже
that
одна из
I'm
точек
sharing with
роста.
you. But
Обучение
again, this is one
актуариев
of
мы тоже
the growth
зафиксировали,
areas.
я думаю, что рынок
Training
и
of
акционеры
actuaries
фонда
is also
гарантирования
something that we need
выплат
to do. The
тоже
market and
поддержит
hopefully
это.
the
Я
fund
еще раз
will
хочу
support this
поблагодарить всех
idea. Once again, I would like
акционеров фонда
to
гарантирования
thank
страховых
all
выплат,
the
которые
shareholders of the
действительно проработали вопрос, оплатили
Insurance Payments
обучение
Guarantee
коллегам,
Fund for
ребятам, которые
paying
сейчас уже в
for
сентябре
these
стартовали.
courses.
А на самом деле
And
магистратуре
our colleagues
Национального
actually
банка
have
тоже
been able to
огромная
start their
благодарность. За 10 лет мы
education
выпустили
this
55
autumn.
актуариев,
We have
и все
55
они успешно
graduates
трудоустроены.
already.
Это действительно такой
Over
большой
the
вклад
past 10 years,
в
55
развитие
graduates
вообще в целом
and
отрасли
actuaries
страхования.
have been able to graduate from
Поэтому,
our program,
Рудольфа,
which is a huge
может
contribution
быть,
into
вы
the development of the
прокомментируете
sector.
такой последний,
Rudolfo,
наверное, вопрос.
perhaps
Да, я понимаю, уже время.
we are pressed for time, right?
Да, у нас
Yes,
еще
yes,
запланирована
yes.
была как раз секция,
We do have another
участие
section or
Freedom
another panel
Live.
discussion, or
И
Freedom Live, sorry, the participation of Freedom
форс-мажор получился, но
Live.
я рада,
I'm
что вы
guessing,
вот нашли
again, we are
время.
facing
Да, добрый день. Я
Sure.
извиняюсь, Айман должна была присутствовать, но в связи с
Good
погодой мне
afternoon, I
поднялось давление до
apologize.
последнего.
Ayman
Думала,
was
она
supposed to be here, but
все-таки
because of the
вернется,
weather,
но не получилось.
blood
Я хотел бы
pressure
присоединиться
kinda
ко всем сказанным
went
словам
up,
ранее,
and so she's not able to
и
join us.
касательно мы говорим о том, что
So
ФГСВ
we are talking
является
about the
гарантом
following.
безопасности.
Insurance Payments
Мы
Guarantee
говорим о
Fund
том,
is
что
a
это
guarantee
некий
of sort of
островок
security and safety,
гаранта для как
and this is a
участников рынка, так
company
и для
that
клиентов.
sort of guarantees
Но
safety
хотелось
both
бы
for the
отметить, что
market and
каждая
for the
компания, которая
customers.
существует на рынке, она
Each company that exists in the market
довольно-таки капиталоемкая, то есть у нее есть
quite a
достаточно
capital intensive.
капитала, позволяет
They
в
have
принципе
enough
закрыть
capital to be able to
многие риски. И
cover
хотелось бы,
many
чтобы
risks.
ФГСВ в рамках своей
And
деятельности
the Insurance
выступал
Payments Guarantee Fund, I think,
иногда
should
не только
sometimes
как
act
гарантом, но и
not only as a
помогал в развитии
guarantor, but also as
каких-то
a company
продуктов, в том числе,
that
например, вот
helps
таких как
to
он.
develop certain
Почему? Потому
products,
что мы говорим о
such
том,
as
что мы
state
хотим развивать
educational
продукты
savings system. We
государственного
want to develop products
накопительного
of the
продукта,
government
которые будут
savings
детям
cumulative
помогать в
system,
дальнейшем
educational
и их родителям откладывать на
savings system.
обучение. Но
This will enable
за
parents
10
to
лет, как
save
программа существует и
for
банки
their children's
работают,
education.
банки собрали порядка 30
Banks
миллиардов
have
тенге. На
accumulated about
текущий
30
момент
billion
мы
tenge right
работаем
now. And
с начала
we,
года, с февраля месяца, мы,
starting from
если не ошибаюсь,
February,
по
if I'm
данным
not
ФР,
mistaken, according
итого
to
рынок собрал
the agency's data,
277
the
договоров,
market
заключил
now
277
has
договоров
signed
и собрали
270
порядка 60 миллионов
contracts,
премий.
and we
Это
have
говорит
collected
о
about
том, что, как ранее коллеги
100
тоже
million
говорили, что
worth of premiums.
люди доверяют банкам
And
больше,
so people trust the
нежели
banks
страховым
more
компаниям.
than
Хотелось бы отметить,
insurance
что
companies.
поддержка
And
фонда
the support
и
of the fund
рассказы о том,
and
как
also
фонд
this
гарантирует
information about how the fund guarantees
страховые собранные
insurance
премии, было бы для
collected
нас неким
payments. All
гарантом
that
и гарантом, наверное, ну не гарантом, вернее, а помощью в раскрутке новых
could
продуктов.
help
Почему? Потому
us
что
to
продукты
promote
сложные,
new
их нужно
products.
объяснять, нужно с
Why?
клиентами
These products are
работать.
quite
То
complex.
есть это
We need to
не
explain them to
только
our customers.
должно ложиться на
And this
плечи
should
частного
be
сектора, но и
the
хотелось бы
responsibility not
со
only
стороны
of the private
государства
sector, but also of the government.
почувствовать такую поддержку.
We need to
Также
have this
наша
support from the
компания, например,
government.
вот на протяжении 4 лет
Over
мы
the past 4
проводим
years,
летом
our company
лагеря,
has
которые
been
для детей, которые
organizing these summer camps
дают
for
детям
children.
первоначальную
And
финансовую
there
грамотность.
we provide
За вот
financial
эти 4 года
literacy
мы прошли,
courses
получается, через
or
наш
classes to
лагерь, вернее,
children.
прошло 5000 детей.
And
Мы это делаем
already
все за свои деньги.
we have
Для детей это
done
все
this for
бесплатно.
5,000 children,
И
and we do that
с
free
марта
of
этого года
charge.
мы запустили,
Starting from
получается,
March,
онлайн-программу.
we
Из
have
этих
had this
5000
online
только
program for
с марта
children.
текущего
Out
года
of those 5,000
2000
children,
школьников
2,000
прослушало
school
нашу программу.
pupils
Я к чему говорю,
were
что
enrolled or have been enrolled in our
продукты
financial
ГОС,
literacy
если есть
courses.
такая возможность
So
включить
these
продажу
government
онлайн, мы
educational
бы
savings
хотели,
system
чтобы
products
этот продукт
need to be
был,
part of those online
была
courses
возможность продавать и онлайн.
so
Почему?
that we're
Потому
able
что
to
порой
also
нашим
sell
сейлзам,
these products online,
так вот,
because our
возвращаясь опять-таки,
salespeople,
в банк не ходят каждый день
Again,
наши клиенты, мы ходим
our
за клиентами.
customers do
И
not
поэтому нам бы
go
хотелось,
to their banks every day.
чтобы мы могли продавать
We
онлайн,
chase
и
them, not
вот эти продукты, они все-таки были
the other way
более
around.
доступны для людей.
And so we want these
На
products to be
текущий момент мы,
more
получается, как
available
компания собрали 14
everybody.
миллионов тенге,
We
и
now
порядка там
have 14 million
97
tenge
договоров. То есть, условно
and
говоря,
97 agreements.
с февраля месяца
Basically,
мы там
starting from February,
собрали 14 миллионов
we have been
тенге.
able
Это
to
мало,
sort of
но
collect
при этом мы видим
14 million
потенциал,
tenge.
если
That's not a
будет
huge sum,
возможность продавать нам
but
онлайн
we see a lot
продукты
of potential here.
Это
If
будет
we are able
для
to
нас
sell
большим,
these educational
большим
savings
таким,
products
большой помощью, которая бы помогла
that
бы нам увеличить каналы
would
продаж. Почему?
or
Потому что
will
мы
enable us
переходим
to
уже и
increase
на
our sales.
выплаты,
Now
которые мы
we are
проводим
also
онлайн. То есть
making
хотелось бы
payouts,
и такие
providing
продукты
payouts online,
продавать тоже.
and so we'd like to be able to sell these products online as well. Thank you.
Большое спасибо
Thank
за
you very
такие
much
важные тезисы. Мы
for these
услышали.
important,
На
for
самом деле
raising these
действительно много
important
сделано
issues.
по
A lot
продукту
has
ГОНС.
been done
И
as far as the government educational
следующий
savings
этап — это его
system
облегчить. Это
products
я
are
точно
concerned.
понимаю,
I'm
потому что
sure
я сама
the
пыталась
next
заключить договор.
stage will make
И
things
понимаю,
easier.
что там надо
I
очень много
myself
документов
tried to sign
подписать,
an
потому
agreement,
что здесь и субсидии
and I saw that
государства,
you
и
needed to
учебный
sign so many
финцентр
documents.
ответственен за
A
это.
lot of agencies are
Вот следующим
involved.
этапом нам
So the
надо
next step
поработать над тем,
will
чтобы
be
этот
for
продукт,
us
заключение этого
to
продукта облегчить, может быть,
make sure that
сделать в
the whole
онлайн-режиме, потому
process
что
is made
в
easier.
любом
Perhaps
случае
it
вот
could be
такие
done
вот
online.
накопительные стандартизированные продукты,
Such
они должны
products,
продаваться
standardized
легко,
products, need to be sold very
нажатием
easily.
перевода там, небольшой
Literally,
суммы,
you just
и
transfer
тем
a
самым
small
воспитывая
amount
такую,
and that's it,
скажем,
and you're
дисциплину,
done.
да, потому что чем легче, тем
And the easier
дисциплинированнее
you
на
are
самом деле
able to be
клиенты.
you
Очень
are able to do that,
важно, да, вот
the
этот
more,
продукт,
the
его
higher the number of
популяризировать.
clients. So we
Очень
need to
важно, чтобы
popularize
он
such
пошел
products,
правильно,
promote them, raise
без,
awareness
как
about
сказать,
these
вот таких
products,
вот ошибок,
to
которые
make sure
были у
that
нас
we avoid
с
mistakes
пенсионным
that
аннуитетным
we did
страхованием.
with retirement annuity
Поэтому
and
очень
insurance,
важна
pension insurance.
популяризация, и я
So
поддерживаю то, что
raising
фонд
awareness is
как
very important.
именно организация,
the
вызывающая
fund
именно такой, скажем так, институт, который должен в первую очередь помогать вызывать доверие у
Is
потребителей.
an
У нас,
organization
к
that
сожалению,
needs
очень
to
многие годы фонд рассматривался больше
be
как такой
trusted by
накопительный
people,
мешок на всякий случай, в
because the
случае
fund has
ликвидации
been
компании. Но на
viewed
самом деле
as something where
система
you just saved your
гарантированных
money
депозитов,
in,
она, если
but
вы так
the
репутационно посмотрите, никто уже не
system for
задумывается, что это
guaranteeing
просто мешок.
deposits
Все говорят, вот это есть гарантия, и это самое главное. То есть
now will be
потребитель на
viewed differently by
ФГД,
people.
вот, банковский фонд, он смотрит все-таки
And
как
so
действительно на такой
this funding, this
гарант.
banking fund
У
does
нас пока
play a
потребитель
role
фонд
of
гарантирования страховых выплат
guarantor.
так не позиционирует. И мы рады, что
We are
этот
happy
продукт
that
ГОНС у нас
this
зашел сразу,
educational
как только создался
savings
система
product
гарантирования.
is now part of
Это,
our
конечно,
overall
одна из таких
guaranteeing
опций,
system.
которая
It's one of the
позволит нам,
options which
так
will
скажем,
enable us
лучше и этот продукт продавать.
to be
С
able
точки
to
зрения обучения, я
sell
тоже
this
здесь хотела
product more
отметить, со стороны
efficiently.
агентства мы
As
много делаем,
for
но для популяризации вообще страхования, повышения образования. У нас есть там наш сервис «Финграмота», есть сайт, есть соцсети «Финграмота», есть приложение «Финграмота» онлайн. Очень много работы проводится, очень много публикаций там по пенсионным аннуитетам и по
whereby we're trying to raise awareness about retirement annuity, etc. I would like all companies to do this work, which has been mentioned by Azamat. We need to have courses, schools,
в целом, как сказать, имея доступ к клиентам по другим видам страхования, вы можете
for other types of insurance, obviously you can raise awareness, you can improve people's literacy. This is very important. These media plans.
Рынок там ежемесячно каждая компания там не только статьи публиковать, на самом деле нужно, наверное, больше каких-то видеороликов, каких-то образовательных курсов,
Clips should be produced. Summer camps also should be made available. Perhaps a training center could be set up for actuaries, whereby people could be accredited. By that center, people could be accredited.
По иным, так скажем, темам и
Other topics could be also covered there, risk management, sales, etc. This will give impotence. Human capital is an integral part of the development of this industry. So to sum up, Rodolfo, I would like to ask you a very short, quick question. So you have heard about those growth areas that we've been discussing. In your opinion, what is the trajectory, so to speak? Is that the right approach for us to adopt, or should we come up with something else? In my opinion, from the government, from the market, a lot has been done by them to develop life insurance. But I feel like we need to sit down and sort of finalize each and every product. Perhaps we should work together with the government, other government agencies. Online services also, we need to look at them. Perhaps we shouldn't be inventing a wheel, as they say. We shouldn't be coming up with anything new. We just need to pay more attention to what we have and to improve those existing products to be able to develop further. Спасибо, Асель. Я думаю, вы и участники панельной дискуссии уже, сказали, что вам нужно сделать, чтобы развивать дальше этот рынок. Но я хочу вот несколько примеров вам привести. Мы должны идентифицировать реальные потребности для вот этой, для защиты и для страхования жизни. Вот пример. На одном острове в индонезийском, допустим, для похорон, вам нужно, чтобы у вас был белый бык. И страхование там рассматривается не как льгота, а как такой некий белый красивый бык. Вот это так подается. И люди покупаются на это. В Китае пожизненное страхование не продается, если вы не гарантируете возврат премии. То есть все продукты должны обеспечивать через 5 или 6 лет возврат премии. Еще один пример. Мексика. Любая смерть или льготы по смерти 20% выплачиваются сразу от всей суммы страхования, без вопросов, без документов. То есть предъявляете свидетельство о смерти и 20% сразу получаете. И последний мой пример из США. Я скептически очень к нему отнесся сначала. Это страхование детей после какого-то возраста. Если вы, не дай бог, потеряете ребенка, то вы тогда деньги не теряете, получается. Смысл в чем заключался? Ситуация, если вам не повезет до такой степени, что вы потеряете ребенка, в течение 1 года вы, может быть, даже не сможете работать, вам нужно будет переосмыслить всю свою жизнь. И вот в этом как бы льгота заключается. Вы объясняете это клиенту. И то есть у вас возникает вот эта свобода, вы в течение года можете ничем не заниматься и переосмысливать свою жизнь. Поэтому нужно реальные потребности потребителя изучить. То есть деньги не единственное, что нужно клиенту, а какие-то ощутимые бенефиты, выгоды нужны клиенту.
Спасибо большое,
Thank you very
Рудольфо.
much.
Действительно,
Рудольфо.
такой тезис,
Indeed.
который наводит на то, чтобы мы
This is something
где-то, может быть, доработали
perhaps
условия
that
выплат, не
means that
только
we
там
do
двойные
need to
страховые
look
суммы до конца
further
обещать, а
into
может быть,
certain payout
какие-то иные условия,
conditions.
которые
We have to come
удовлетворяют
up with different
потребностям
conditions that will
клиентов.
meet
Ну,
the
я
real
думаю,
needs of
мы
our
сегодня
customers. I
так, в
agree.
общем, по чуть-чуть, времени у нас не так много,
So we didn't have
сессия у нас
enough time, a
небольшая.
lot of time.
Конечно, про
Our
страхование
panel
жизни,
session
наверное,
was
можно много
quite short.
говорить.
We can
Всем большое
keep talking
спасибо.
about life
Но
insurance.
мы
Thank you very much to
обозначили те
all our
проблемные, скорее
participants,
всего, даже точки,
panelists. So
и
we
над
have
которыми надо
identified
поработать и,
those areas where we need
так скажем,
to work more, harder.
переосмыслить все последнее, что было введено, потому что
We
на
need to
самом
think
деле введено
again
много,
on what has been
и
introduced
на
recently,
самом деле
because a lot
работает
has been
нам
introduced
для
and
того,
launched,
чтобы это хорошо, все эти
and
продукты
to make sure that all
заработали,
these
нужно
products
провести еще
work
много.
properly, we
Спасибо
still
большое.
need to do a lot of work. Thank you.
Спасибо, уважаемые члены панельной сессии.
Thank you, dear panelists.
Спасибо за ваше мнение и
Thank you for
видение
sharing your
по
opinions
лайфстрахованию.
with
Также
us
выражаем
about
огромную
life
благодарность за
insurance. We'd like to
поддержку
express
инициатив фонда и
gratitude
значимости
for
и
supporting
деятельности
the
фонда.
initiatives of the
Сейчас у нас
fund,
10 минут
of the
кофе-брейк.
fund. Now we will
После
have a
у нас
10-minute coffee
начинается
break. After that, we'll
четвертая круглая
start
панельная сессия.
our
И
panel
после мы
session number
завершаем.
4, and after that we will conclude.
Уважаемые участники, позвольте начать вторую часть.
Dear participants, allow me to start our second part. I would like to invite the president of Narhos University, Mr. Davlenov, and he'll talk about training of specialists for the insurance market. Good afternoon, dear participants of the First Insurance Forum. I thank you for inviting me. I will do my best to be brief. Today I would like to present to you the following topic: education or training of specialists for the insurance market. I sometimes have this test for my audience. I usually ask people raise hands, those of you who graduated from Narhos University. So we have quite a few graduates of ours in the room. So here we have Narhos strategy, and the idea behind that is that of Condron Collider. Recently, American colleagues visited us and they said, "Oh, this looks like spaghetti." So the main objective of this strategy is the following. First of all, you know that Narhos is part of the Verning Capital Group. We're also a socially oriented project similarly to Berry. So our main objective is not to generate profit but to develop education. One of the priorities of ours is, apart from our instructors and students, is the real work connection. So if we develop educational courses, we will do that only together with the market. If the market is not interested in that, if it's not taking part in that, then we will not be developing such courses.
We had 76 educational programs. We reduced a lot of programs, so we have only 33 programs left. All of these programs, they went through international accreditation, so it's also very important. We are in 1% of the country university that were accredited at the global level by the FIBA agency. Applied Finance, it's accredited by the German agency, and the diplomas are accredited in the United States and other countries. Last year, we were in the rating of the best universities of the world. So I would like to invite you all, especially graduates of Narhos, to the 60th anniversary, which happened in 20th of August. We also got 5 stars for the good results, good performance of our graduates. We're preparing actuaries as a part of the program. This has been in the market for 12 years. We started preparing actuaries a long time ago. We have more than 60 plus graduates because it's an exclusive program. In 12 years, only 60 graduates. 100% of employment, 100% of them are employed, and we have 22 master's students. Agency of Financial Regulation really helped us in that journey. And right now we have 22 people in master's program. What's the uniqueness about the actuaries program? It's the only master's program in Kazakhstan for actuaries. There's a special courses, but it's different. It's not a master's program. It's a full master's program. You can get the license right after finishing the program, after finishing 10 modules. Then it's the best program in the area of finance in Kazakhstan because we have the teachers, educators right from the market. They have good experience, practical experience. So there are 10 modules presented on the left. On the right, you see the professional skills that will be achieved. So it's the modules that have to be necessary in the blocks. So we matched it against the professional standard of actuaries. These are the teachers, people who have licenses of actuaries, who are present in the market, they do this service. So they also teach here. There is not one teacher that not a practical teacher. So it's the actual market that is teaching the future actuary specialist. On the 12th June of 2023, we signed a three-party agreement on the preparation of actuaries for state bodies and financial organizations. I'd like to thank the agency for this opportunity and the fund of guarantee payments fund. I would like to thank you for the support that you are giving, because it's the ministry that are giving the grants for that. So it is a very important story. I'm sure that the future of your organization in terms of personnel is our hands. So since January 2025, one of the members of the insurance organization has to go or has to have a document about sitting 50 hours of mandatory educational program actuaries. So our program Actuary 2, Actuary 1, there are 2 blocks, and you can learn 50% of it. So if you know Actuary 1 level, you can get to Actuary level 2. And these levels, they're very flexible. You can add another levels. So here we have a very flexible system. So this is where you're going to study if you enter Narhos for these programs. So it's our new campus. Please come. The campus is open all the time. Library is open 24/7. Multi-level, multi-modern campus. It's on Jandosa 55. The graduates of the universities who are here, you will not actually recognize it because it's so modern. We want to make our education very applicable, very practical for market, and we're thankful for working with us. We will make the future better. Our panel discussion. The topic is different types of insurance. Moderator Burabayev, Turkaldinov Yerlan, Rudensky Pavel, Filimonov, Akjan Kırdykova, and Aldengurov Daulet, please. Dear colleagues, I see that the most loyal ones have stayed. I hope that the last session will be very interesting. You will not regret staying here, staying long. So, colleagues, I know that imputed insurance, it's one of the types of mandatory insurance, and of course, the imputed insurance has went through certain evolution. Irina Anatolievna, you wanted to talk about some types of imputed insurance so that people would be able to know about this, and you can educate our guests why certain types of imputed some types of imputed insurance doesn't work the way we want it to work. So thank you. The term imputed insurance is a very peculiar term, and in Kazakhstan imputed insurance is a mandatory insurance but with very flexible terms. It means that even though the consumer, the insured, he imputed to do the insurance, the policyholder can have very flexible conditions in terms of tariffs. He gets different types tariffs, different conditions. And the concept of the development until 2030, it suggests that these types, most types need to be imputed. So we will be focusing on imputed, on flexible types. And this will give us a certain push to promote this kind of products. As of today, we can say that according to the current norms, we have 19 types of imputed insurance. They work all differently. There are some types of insurance that have been going well. Some types, on some types, we have some 15 times growth. It's the types. Some types have grown twice, but we are talking only about 5-6 types for those for which we have digital agreements. Mostly imputed insurance, it's the declarative ones, those who have specific norms, but in practice there are no products in actuality. We hope that this situation changes in the near future because the market is growing, the financial literacy is improving, and the more and more people understand why imputed insurance is beneficial. It's to protect consumer from the professional mistakes where the risk is high, where the professional business is licensed, so where it has certain rules. We have a very positive view on this, and the latest projects, they suggest that we have understanding, that the consumers understand what imputed insurance is and how beneficial it may be. Thank you. Thank you, Elena Anatolievna. The factor of imputed insurance has been there for a long time, and there are some cases in some legislation that insured parties, they have to do it, but it's not working fully because there's an alternative. Sometimes you have a deposit, sometimes you have an insurance, and where you have this option, we cannot say that everybody will use imputed insurance. So it's very difficult to say this, but still, for example, custom brokers, the insurance for custom brokers or state contracts, there are the state agency itself responsible for the purchasing for the customs brokers. He puts forward conditions based on which the insurance is not a product actually, but we always argue with them. The different associations turn to us, construction associations, some association of customs brokers turn to us. They say, please return this, please bring it back. But there are some risks which do not relate to insurance. So some actions, some intended actions. So these players, they need to give alternatives. And now in the parliament, maybe for a year and a half, we've been discussing the legislation on introducing insurance of like liability of medical workers to the patients. So now we have the Ministry of Health representative Daulat Kadirovich. So please, what's the reason that this type of insurance is needed to be introduced, and the mechanism, as we've mentioned many times in Parliament, and we have certain arguments, we have some agreements, but how are things going right now, and when will this legislation be passed by the Parliament? Hello, Ilya Murzakovich, dear participants of the forum, can you hear me well? Yeah, we can hear you, yeah. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity to present our reforms, the multilateral system of insurance. I think I will put the presentation on, and then I will talk about the main things, and then we can discuss it in more details. What do you think? Please, can you put up the presentation? Thank you. So this reform, it has been in the making for 10 years, and there was a discussion to introduce this reform from 2013 to 2017, but the parliament rejected it. So again, this legislation was put back on the table, and it has been worked on since 2021 again. So can you go to this next slide, please? The main order was to discuss the liability of medical workers, insurance of medical workers. The status was redefined of medical workers, as part of which as part of this reform. Also, there are different norms that were discussed. On the next slide, you can see the models that we studied internationally, which are working successfully in different countries. Next slide, please. In general, we looked at Europe, United States, Canada. So the system of insurance of liability of medical workers, it's been popular in big countries. So we want to choose this model. We consulted the insurance market of Kazakhstan and the main regulator in the insurance market, with the Agency for Regulation and Development of Financial Market as well. On the next slide, that's the answer to the question that was asked today. We did the analysis and we understood that a lot of medical workers, if that was considered a medical mistake, today there is it's a crime act. There is an certain punishment that goes with it. So that's why there was a need to protect the medical workers. We had to create this. On the next slide, there is a main concept, the model of the insurance of liability of medical workers. As of today, several stages have been passed, and legislation in June it was brought to the parliament. The working group listened to this legislation. They made certain corrections, and to be short, we plan to consider this. There were some complaints from patients. There were some complaints at three levels. The medical organization, where the things happen, in which we planned that there would be an internal audit service that would take care of it. There would be a support system for patients that would consider the complaints of patients, the damage that was caused by the medical worker. And as of today, in the medical organization, we have certain commission, the medical commission, that reviews these complaints. And as part of the legislation, we wanted to give it official power to this law. So we need to attract the professional circle and the professional specialists. So during this review, they looked at the damage that was caused. So the participants of this process, it had to be the insurance agencies, and on the side of the patient, it was other supporters and organizations. We already talked to the insurance agencies, to the finance organizations, to the agencies about having the opportunity to settle this at the level of medical organization in case all parties are on the same page, if they are satisfied with the decision of the commission and satisfied with getting relevant compensation. If it's not settled, if this process is not settled, then the complaint could be filed at the next or the second level in the Ministry of Healthcare, and then there is a procedure that is existing will be applied. The independent expert will be attracted that will look at this complaint, would look at the procedures, would look at the compliance of all protocols of treatment, and in that case, then they make a final verdict on the justification of the complaint. If it's justified, then there will be an investigation at the criminal level, at the law enforcement level. So this could go to court. And the insurance system, in the insurance system, we look at this at the first level, from the perspective of the first level, mostly. On this slide, we see the repeated calculations. It's we see the main leader of the group who developed the relevant ratios, and huge analysis was done. Given our market, given the foreign markets and the risks involved, we have 6 directions today, and we work on different risks, and we define the certain ratios and therapies, gynecology, dental practices, so all these types of medical areas. As for funding, as you know, this model, it will be funded through the medical organization, through the state. So that's why we have certain calculations, the amount of compensations going to the patients. So just like in the car business, car insurance, we have certified amounts of payments in each categories, and if it's disabilities, there will be a different system, up to 300 monetary units, according to certain rules. According to that, the payment will be provided as a compensation, and the rehabilitation money and all the other expenses if you didn't get the money during the treatment.
We anticipated that the first 3 will be made possible thanks to the government, and then after that the amount of insurance premiums will be divided among medical organizations. In different countries this is done differently. In some countries healthcare providers pay for that, in others healthcare organizations. This is done again differently, but for the 3rd year we were planning this 50-50 split of insurance premiums. In the draft law, it is stipulated that we will be having one-off payments. In conclusion, I would like to say the following. We also anticipate that criminal violations will be also taken into account. We have a special provision also. If professional negligence is identified, certain penalties are envisaged. As part of this draft law, we were able to reduce sort of the level of penalties. So here we have penalties, certain deadlines for them, and also other things. As for your last question, next week our working group will resume their work. We hope that in the nearest future amendments will be submitted for the attention of the working group, and in September, October we'll be able to finalize this draft law, and by the end of the year we are hoping that this draft law will be considered to the upper chamber of the parliament, and we are planning that this will become valid in 2026. Thank you. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, Daulat Kadyrovich. I would like to ask you several questions. So, one of the key points here is the following. By the way, how many medical organizations do we have that are to be insured, and how many healthcare providers are to be insured? The number of healthcare providers in August, we looked at it again, and so the number is 284,000 healthcare providers throughout the country. We have about 6,000 healthcare companies, out of which 800 are large, but we also have various laboratories, regional hospitals, research medical centers, etc. All these organizations are part of what we do. And so, all in all, we have more than 280,000 healthcare providers today. Thank you. One of the points that we have in the legislation is the following. Not a single medical provider will be able to provide medical services without the insurance certificate. You can imagine the level of responsibility, so to speak. In actual fact, 19 million citizens of Kazakhstan may become victims, so to speak, of that. So you can imagine how sort of responsible, the level of responsibility that will be assumed by these medical companies. Since we're talking about imputed insurance, insurance companies have the right not to insure. Elena Anatolievna, by the way, one of the options that we have looked at is the following. We wanted to ensure continuous, as we say, non-stop work that will be done by healthcare professionals, healthcare companies. Yes, indeed. We need to ensure that the population does not lose its access to healthcare. We're talking about a very important sector, which is the healthcare sector. And so the insurance company basically will become part of this whole system. They will be looking at how these professional services are provided to the population. So we may deal with certain dangerous types of medical activity that will not be subject to insurance, since insurers will be afraid of assuming these risks. So in light of that, a proposal was put forward which was actually included into the draft law. Insurance will be done with the help of a single insurance pool. The number of participants in that pool will not be limited, but it will be one pool, and nobody will be able to refuse services. And insurance companies agreed with this, and also members of the parliament supported this. proposal. Basically, the sector will now assume more responsibility. The insurance pool will be just one. There'll be one insurance policy, insurance pool, and it'll be regulated very, very heavily. So obviously you will, so the participation in that pool will be voluntary, but the pool itself does not have the right to refuse insurance to anyone. So your company, when we were submitting this request saying that we are ready to take part in this scheme, we were the first one to do so, and so some insurance companies also expressed their willingness to take part of this in this pool, and we discussed this with your colleagues. That will be like a model on a certain, developed on a certain platform. We're living in a digitalization era. Nothing will be done on paper. Everything will be digitalized, and that will enable us to do the following. Number one, for the healthcare ministry, they will be able to exercise control over healthcare organizations to see what organizations have the license, etc. And so how can you describe the model on which you are working right now? How many companies have already expressed their interest in taking part in this pool? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Right now, 15 companies have expressed their willingness to take part in the single insurance pool. I think that number will increase. The majority of insurance companies in Kazakhstan will be in that pool, in my opinion. As for the IT platform, it is being developed as we speak, and to be able to receive applications, this function, so to speak, is almost complete. Also, other functions are being developed, including the one that will help us to regulate losses. Yesterday, they showed to me how you can actually enter this platform, how you can complete all fields, how it is connected with other databases, etc., etc. So right now, the platform is at this specific development stage. Thank you, Pavel. From Daulet's presentation, you have seen that we have this division of types of specialties that will be insured. Neurosurgeon and, for example, dentist, those are completely different levels of risks. And so you have worked on calculations that are behind this draft law. So we see that you also teach at Narhos. You work with actuary students. You have done a lot of calculations. What can you tell us about the responsibility of health of doctors? Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to congratulate the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund on their 20th anniversary. That's a huge event. Our insurance market 20 years ago was a very small market. Today it's a lot bigger. We now have a lot of types of insurance, compulsory insurance, voluntary insurance. Today you have seen that insurance products, life insurance products, are also being developed, and imputed insurance is one of such new products. Today, I think it's a hot topic. And so professional liability or responsibility of healthcare doctors vis-à-vis their patients. This issue has been raised over the past 7 years all the time, but only now it will be finalized. Internationally, this is something that has been done many times elsewhere, in Germany, in Canada, etc. So basically, our doctors have our lives depend on our doctors. And some doctors are afraid of taking on certain risks, and they are afraid of conducting certain complex operations. And so if something happens, not they personally will be responsible, but their insurance company can assume this responsibility instead of them. So in that situation, I think our doctors will be more willing to perform complex operations. And I myself am an actuary, and our group of actuaries who have worked in this area, we supported this proposal. We looked into international best practices, we looked at our statistics in Kazakhstan, and on the basis of all that, we came up with our actuary calculations. But as we say in imputed insurance, as Yelena has said, the insurer is obligated to insure the insuree, but the insurer has the right to refuse. And so tariffs have not been approved as they are approved in compulsory insurance. Only the insurance amount is approved, but the tariff is not approved. So for every insurance company and every actuary, for them to avoid all this analysis and for them not to look into international best practices, the group of actuaries came up with this project. So we came up with our tariffs, maximum, minimum, and basic tariff rates. We came up with those, and all specialties were divided into 6 groups. About 100 specialties, healthcare specialties, were handled that way. Also, they were divided as follows: polyclinics and hospitals. Risks that are borne by hospitals obviously are higher than those by polyclinics. So we sorted everything out. Since we are also participants, we support this product. And for imputed insurance, not only professional liability of doctors is envisaged, but also other things are envisaged that hopefully will be mentioned later on. So we support imputed insurance. So talking about actuary calculations, a lot has been said about actuary specialties. 23 years ago, minimum training program for actuaries was introduced. We have our Actuaries Society of Kazakhstan. The chairperson of the society is Zhanat Yesmuhamedova. She's here today. So our society also does a lot to train and educate actuaries to improve their professionalism and to increase the number of actuaries. But we do need the insurance support, the insurance sector's support. And I also have one proposal I would like to put forward. We need an actuary research center of Kazakhstan. We as actuaries, I myself am the former chairperson of the management board, so people come to me and ask about that. So if we had a research center, we would be able not only to make calculations for projects whenever people need us, but we would also be able to constantly analyze all payments made by insurance companies, all products offered by insurance companies. So we would be able that way to upgrade our death rate data, other data. So we have some problems in this area. Naturally, we're moving forward always, but we would like to have this organization that will be funded perhaps by the government or supported by the government. But as for imputed insurance, this is one of the great products that we have right now in the insurance market of Kazakhstan. I would like to add, once again, I would like to draw your attention to the following. Imputed insurance of liability of healthcare providers will be a specific type of insurance. Each participant, every participant can enter into this pool voluntarily, but since we're talking about the social aspect, to leave the pool, that will be regulated by the law and by the agreement between participants. And so the pool itself and its participants will have to perform their obligations. So the exit from the pool will be regulated. Potentially it is possible. All sorts of situations can take place in your life, at work, but the liability, responsibility of the pool will continue. And if somebody leaves the pool, then the remaining participants will share the responsibility, the liability. But here the main objective is to make sure that all healthcare organizations are able to insure, right? They shouldn't be refused. So in this model of imputed insurance, refusal by the pool itself to insure, that will not take place, right? Pavel, am I right? Yes, you are completely right. I would also like to agree with what you have said. So the main idea behind the single insurance pool is collective responsibility. So if you receive an application from an insurance company for professional liability for healthcare providers, so you cannot refuse. So all insurance companies' participation will be agreed upon in advance. As for regulation of losses, if a decision is taken, and obviously here we need to take a look at the agreement of the pool, we need to talk to the healthcare ministry. So if the medical commission makes a decision at the level of a medical organization, or if a decision is made following a decision of the healthcare ministry commission, whereby the delinquency of a healthcare provider is proven, then for the pool there won't be any proceedings to see whether this is an insurance event or not. So basically here we have a decision of the commission of the first level or second level, or if we have a court decision, a court ruling, beneficiary or the patient who was injured has the right to go to court. So that decision will be valid. As for shared responsibility, perhaps one company is not able to meet its obligations, then the remaining participants will have to perform these obligations. So if we're talking about socially oriented insurance, and this type of insurance is socially oriented, then payouts will be made in any event.
Thank you, Taras Albekic. So for imputed insurance, we always have certain initiatives from the state agencies and colleagues. You remember we have different risks. They were considered that they had to be insured. Different risks have to be insured, and that's why we invited representatives of head of the Department of Fire Control, Ministry of Emergencies, Turagaliyev Nurlan Ablayevich. So, Nurlan Ablayevich, this year we saw a letter from you that the ministry is interested in starting to ensure the objects of mass crowds. So we have an issue. How many objects do you have? What kind of objects could fall under that category? What mechanisms would you like to see? Because you know that when we worked about this with the Ministry of Emergency, it was a long way, but it's still turned into a legislation. So the quicker we get to discussion, the faster we can bring forward the suggestions that will be favorable for you and for insurance market, please. Hello once again to all the participants of the forum. I would like to say a big thank you to all organizers of this forum. Thank you for inviting us, for sharing the experience. As for the insurance, how did this happen? It's the statistics. Speaking of statistics, over the past years, the objects of mass crowds, there were more than 500 fires, more than 200 people died, so it pushed us into looking into the insurance. So as of today, we divided the insurance into two stages. The first stage is when we want to put it in the places of mass crowds. So depending on the risk level, all the places with square footage more than 200 square footage, 200 meters of, they have to go under the insurance. Speaking of compensation in case of fires, in the state objects, there are no issues with compensation. Gaps mostly are in the private objects, private places, so these places have to be insured. Right now, in the registry of emergency of Ministry of Emergencies, there are more than 500 objects like that. With the automation of the control, these objects will be insured. There will be adjustments. There will be more objects like that. And the next step would be to cover more objects, the private sector, using the experience of foreign countries. The residential sector, because the issues of fire have never been more relevant. So as for the insurance, the ministry has entered an agreement, and we will start regulatory analysis, and based on the legislation of civil liability, we will make necessary changes. Ron Ablayevich, the objects of mass crowds, mass gatherings, it's not only shopping malls. Could that be other places as well? Akzherka Arkulovna, I think she's involved in this. So how do you know how to classify that? So we're classifying them as the shopping places. 200 places of mass gathering, they have to be like 200 square meters. It's not only shopping centers, it could be educational centers, schools, but it's the state-owned places. We plan to cover private sector. So the private sector, I mean medical centers, they could be private. Some schools are private. Well, we plan to cover the retail centers, the big retail places. It's the first stage, yes. Because insurance is new not only for Kazakhstan but for the whole CIS countries. So we went to Moscow recently and we discussed. They have this type of insurance, but it's very weak and nobody uses it. It's like only at the legislative level. It's not in the. It's as an act. It hasn't been passed. So we'll be the first one in the CIS countries. It's good to be the first one. Okay. Azharkan, have you started any work? Have you started studying this, looking into that? Speaking of this, we just started to talk about this. We looked at the international experience. So, in the former Soviet countries, we didn't have this. So, Kazakhstan, we are as the front runner here. We always do we're always the first in all the things. So, we introduced some protocols, IF-17 sooner than our neighbors. So we have very little statistics. We don't have international experience, but in 2008, 2009, we indeed worked with Ministry of Emergency. So there was a damage to dangerous objects, and our calculations still stand true. We hope that we will use this situation, comparable situation, and we'll create different products, and we will discuss it in your platform, in the Association of Financiers, and in the National Bank platform. I hope that these questions will be raised. It's a big topic, it's a good product, and most importantly, it protects the people. When we talk about the sales objects, sales places, retail places, it's not only it could be the cinemas, cinema theaters, canteens, everything. So I think that the examples that we give, that there was a fire in the cinema, everything was closed, the people died there. It's one of the good examples where you had to protect the people, and our Ministry of Emergency wants to protect the people, not to protect from the fire necessarily, but protect them financially. But I think it's a good start, and this type of insurance will work well in Kazakhstan. Ivan Ablaevich, so this will happen the same as with the medical doctor. So will this object work if it's not insured? It will be obligatory, yes, mandatory. So together with the insurance company, together with the regulators, of course we need to run it by the agencies on the financial market. I think it will be in our competency. It's often when we talk with the state agencies, they say, okay, it will be insurance, but we don't want to control it. The insurance agency need to do it. No. The insurance, it will not control. It will not do the state control, because the insurance, as you said, it's to protect the interest of the victims. If there is social protection, some social guarantees in these objects, in private sector, for example, some cinemas, some big bazaars, markets. So there will not be any decrease in control of the the Ministry of Emergency level. For the past 2 days, we talked about catastrophic risks. Maybe it's not your department that is dealing with it, but are you discussing these types of insurance, not only against the fire but against the earthquake? So these things arise from time to time. So at what stage is the ministry? The questions of insurance, they are discussed very seriously at the management level, but this direction is quite new for us. Like you said, we don't have the international terms, there is no examples, but there is a drive and there is a wish, there is a desire. So at first it will be places with mass gatherings, like big shops, but with your help, with your assistance, would be ready to discuss this at different level, at the level of management, at the level of execution. Ilan Dulaevich, we we have the experience. We would like to give our partners, our colleagues, are willing to present any models to you. So, colleagues, any other questions? Please. Daulet Kadirovich, please. Do you have any comments? Well, I have only one wish, so that systemic insurance is introduced, so that it works the way it should. We need the insurance pool, and we want to say that this mechanism will allow us to avoid any mistakes. For example, we have medical organization with different risks. We have a very high risk of medical workers. The amount of medical workers is not big. There is few medical services. For example, in cardiosurgery, in neurosurgery. So this insurance aspect will allow us to avoid these mistakes, and we have medical organization that is far geographically. And when this mechanism was suggested, was offered, they realized, and now after listening to you for 2 days, it will allow us, I think, to introduce this with the medical organizations. It will be good for the patient. It will regulate, it will allow us to eliminate the selection. Because we have certain risks, of course, we have the issue of complaints. We don't understand the balance of insurance premiums and insurance payouts, so we need to understand that. At the ministry level, we will be looking at the changes, at the adjustments of the legislations of the laws. We need to make changes to the law, and we will smooth out the balance. Like all insurance systems that entered the market, that of course went through these stages, and we expect that we will go through them. We think that we will go through them too. So hopefully we can regulate it. And I wanted to add that the main message is the financial protection, legal protection that the state provides. We have this obligation. It's the fact that the medical workers, they avoid the responsibility because they still have the criminal responsibility. 300, 400 medical workers are under criminal investigation. So if this happens in this industry, it's a serious thing when 300, 400 people, they leave their profession. We hope that this instrument will help us, and with the regulators, with the insurance company, will be able to create a successful project. Thank you for your support. Thank you for invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to experts' opinion. Colleagues, do you have anything to say? On this our panel session, it confirms what has been said with regards to how careful people treat insurance, and these products need serious adjustment so that the consumer understands what they will get at the end. So it's good that we have this discussions about the imputed insurance this year. Imputed insurance of medical migrants was introduced. We hope that until the end of the year we can develop a legislation for imputed insurance for the medical workers, and we have another upcoming project. It's good, but they need to understand their responsibility to make sure that there is a trust so that more products come to the market, and it's an opportunity for growth, because if the person feels trust, he will increase their need, and he will not use only this product, but it will go and buy a different product. So it's good that the sector is growing, it's developing, and it's participating in this social activities like medicine, like the protection of citizens from natural disasters. Another big project that our representative mentioned in her introductory speech, it's the catastrophic risks, because especially for our region it's very relevant issue. So this project needs to see the light of day. Insurance sector is really interested in these products being brought to the market, and with all the peculiarities, with all the details of the insurance industry. Can I just make one comment? It has to do with the insurance of the shopping malls, with the different malls, different shops. As a insurer, I would like to say that the interaction with the Ministry of Emergency will not only be about the payments, but it's very important that the insurers, insurance agencies have the certain tests on these objects, and these objects, unlike the professional insurance of medical workers, will be insured in the way if all the basic conditions are met for fire safety. If we take a shop with like bad conditions, like where fire is likely to happen, then I don't think that the insurance world, insurance industry will agree to it. I just wanted to say that there's an element of anti-selection where I don't say that it's happening right now, but there is a probability of this, that the most dangerous objects will be insured. I just warn you that we need to discuss this. We need to do the evaluation. We need to work with actuaries. We need to diversify the risks. We need to look at them in the right way. So, just that's my comment. Thank you, Pavel Olegovich. Of course, we want you to share your experience, your ideas, because when it's new product, it's very difficult. But when all of us together, when we offer something, it will be a good product. And because I'm an actuary, I just want to say about the actuary activities. Firstly, we talked about the actuary education in 2019. The Kazakh National University 2019 received a national certificate from the Ministry of Education for training of actuaries in bachelor's program, in master's program. 70% of those who went to Narhos master's program of actuaries, these are the people who finished bachelor's program in Kazakh National University. This work was done by Sir Bulat, the professor of Kazakh National University. But because pandemic happened after this, it was not promoted very well. But I think that the Narhos University can also get this certification from the Ministry of Education and then teach using this grant from Ministry. Not only using the money given from the insurance agency, you can also get funding from the Ministry of Education. So let's not only train actuaries, but let's train the underwriters and the risk managers and the sales people. We need good courses, good educational establishments. Thank you. So I'm saying this as a teacher.
Thank you. This is great information. Training and improving literacy among our professionals is important. We constantly receive letters asking us to train various specialists. So hopefully together we'll be able to do all that going forward. Colleagues, thank you so much for taking part in this event, for being so strong. Hopefully this session has been useful. Those who didn't know now know what to expect. And together with you, with government agencies, hopefully we'll be able to create adequate, fair insurance products. Thank you. Dear colleagues, guests, the first Insurance Forum 2023 has completed its work. Allow me to sincerely express my gratitude for your active participation, for your support. We have raised a lot of important issues at this forum. I hope that you will find this very useful, and this will allow us to make a positive contribution to the development of the industry. This first Insurance Forum hopefully will become an annual event that unites not only insurers in Kazakhstan but also our foreign partners. I would like to wish all of you success and thank you for your participation. Thank you.